a lot to do with this organization. He loved this organization. He loved what was accomplished in this organization. And he will be greatly missed, not just for him himself as a person, but what he gave to his community. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We will now call the meeting to order. Today is March 3rd and it's 12:06 p.m. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item number 3, introduction and welcome to the new members of Regional Council and Regional Transportation Authority. Farhad?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you so much. As you know, we have 4 new members. And if you don't mind, we'll have each member share a few words with us if they'd like to do that. We'll start with you as South Tucson's new mayor.
Sure. Thank you. So my name is Roxana Valenzuela. I have been appointed to the mayor of City of South Tucson just recently in November. I'm really excited for this collaboration, this partnership. South Tucson is facing many challenges that it is vital for us to work together. So I'm excited to have your support and for us to have a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next from Marana, Mayor Post.
Hi, my name is John Post. I'm a lifelong Arizona resident. I'm excited to be here at the table, helping our community grow. I know the RTA has done a lot of really good things, and I hope to see that continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next from Pima County Supervisor Grijalva.
Thank you. My name is Adelita Grijalva, proud to represent Pima County. Thank you to my predecessor, Supervisor Scott, Chair Scott, for serving as he did, and we're hoping to have a good transition. Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome. Then finally, Chairman Hernandez from Pascuayaki Tribe.
Yes, my name is Julian Hernandez. I'm the chairman of Pascuayaki Tribe. Honored to be here and to serve, thanking Peter Ecopicio, taking over for him. So thank you very much.
Welcome. Appreciate having all of you involved. Madam Chair, back to you.
So item number 4 is election of officers. If you want to go ahead and then I'll discuss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The rotation of jurisdictional members are Chair from South Tucson, Mayor Valenzuela, Vice Chair from Marana, Mayor Post, and Treasurer from Sahuarita, Mayor Murphy. Those are the slate of officers.
So at this time, I just would like to thank everybody for reaching out and offering support. As I mentioned, I am getting acquainted with my mayoral duties and also getting to learn all of this information, right? This is a very important board. I just feel at this time, I have a lot to learn from each and every one of you. And I think it's in the best interest of the region that we have a chair that has more institutional knowledge, somebody that can take us to the next level. So I would like to make a motion to make Regina Romero, City of Tucson Chair, and Vice Chair Mayor Joe Post, and Treasurer Mayor Tom Murphy. That's the motion I would like to.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call. Would you like me to do the roll call? Or discussion?
Yeah. I know we typically moved up. moved up from rotation of the particular communities themselves. I know when I became the chair, I was only on the job for 1 month. And I had encouraged you to, continue in that. And, so if you, so choose to decline, that would be fine. But I still think doing our historical precedence by moving up from community to community, I would, is it appropriate, Thomas, if I make with a motion and a second, can I make a substitute motion at this time?
Madam Chair, members of the council, it is possible to amend the motion.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to amend and continue the move up. When I was chair, I had offered the city of Tucson to get in the rotation, which they turned down. So I would make the amended motion that it would be Chair Post, myself as second to move up, and then Mayor Romero to be treasurer, I think is the third appropriate title for there. So it would be Post, Murphy, and Romero.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we'll do a roll call for the first motion.
Well,
We have to do the substitute motion first. Okay, so roll call for substitute.
Madam Chair, continue the conversation.
Sure, please.
Thank you. I appreciate both your motion as well as the second motion. I've been struggling with the idea of how we do this because historically we've had a tradition of going in a specific order, but even that order, it's been very difficult to find out what that order is. I do believe this is something we need to fix in our bylaws, that we kind of set the structure out. First time I learned that the process would work was at Mayor Honey's services when you got up there and spoke and talked about what a mentor he was through that process. And I was like, your first year on the board, you were the chair? I do find that from a board member's position troubling in general. Just it's not how I think if we were to establish some kind of process that I would go through it. I too am aware and have been encouraging Mayor Romero to take leadership positions on PAG RTA. I think that is an important role to play. I'm honestly right now kind of torn on this one. I'd like to hear more from Mayor Post, what his thoughts are, because you'd be stepping in as a new member. And I'd also like to hear more from Mayor Romero on what their takes is. If we're gonna, Mayor Valenzuela, it was great meeting you the other day and talking to you about the opportunity. And if you're going to step down, I do think at that point we might want to hear a little bit more from others if they're willing to step into that role. I do think that going forward, at some time sooner than later, we need to truly put the process in place, because what I do know in conversations I've had with even the executive directors, if somebody like I know Chairman Norton had quite often turned down opportunities, where do they go then in the line? Do we go all the way to the bottom, or do we go to the next opening? In my conversations, for full disclosure with the executive director, I told him we've got 9 members on this board. I like the idea of having 6 members in leadership positions. I think it gives everybody an opportunity, gives everybody to feel represented. And so that's another piece of this. No offense to Mayor Murphy, but I was going, you're gonna be the vice and the treasurer moving up. And I'm just not sure the process. And so maybe if the executive director has more to add about the process, if it is in writing anywhere, if there is anything that and how we got to the point where we are, because I've asked to see the structure of going through it, and it doesn't appear to me we have a process set in writing or in place other than our historic way of doing this, which is what we're following right now.
Thank you so much for that. One thing I didn't ask is Mayor Romero, if you would accept that nomination. But please, continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I really appreciate your belief in that, someone that has served for years on both the PAG and RTA boards should serve. I think you're absolutely incredible, and I'm pretty sure that you would jump right in and do a wonderful job. But I do accept your nomination. I think it is the appropriate time for Tucson to be represented on the PIMA Association of Governments. PIMA Association of Governments is the Metropolitan Planning Organization. We do really important work on both the PAG and the RTA. And right now is an appropriate time. So I do accept your nomination. Thank you. Even though I believe that you are super smart and ready for anything, any of this. Actually, Tucson has not served in a leadership position in PAG since 2013. So it's not a Regina Romero, she has not agreed to serve. It has been, I would say, a custom of this board to not elect Tucson for leadership, one of the biggest jurisdictions in Southern Arizona. And so it is very unfortunate. 12 years have passed since Tucson has been represented on a leadership position in PAG. We did find an old copy of the bylaws for PAG. They're right here. Anyone can find them. Well, it was kind of hard to find them, but this is 2002 Committee Facts and Sheets PAG RTA. And in the write-up, it says that officers, a slate of officers which are prepared by the chair, is typically elected at the annual meeting in January by the governing body. Officers include chair, vice chair, and treasurer. There's no mention here of a possible rotation. I think that has been a historical practice and not written in the bylaws. And so I think that this body can elect to appoint whomever they'd like to see in the leadership of the PAG. So thank you, Chair Valenzuela. I really appreciate you nominating me, and I do accept your nomination. I do think this is gonna be difficult next 4 years, working with federal highway user revenue funds and federal grants and state funds that come directly to the PAG for the usage of Southern Arizona, of our region.
Thank you. Any further? Supervisor
Thank you.
Grijalva?
Thank you, Mayor. I think that it's really telling that the city of Tucson hasn't had the opportunity to serve in leadership for 12 years. Clearly, I haven't been here for that period of time, but if this rotation was working properly, the city of Tucson would have an opportunity to serve in leadership. I do think that it is past time, and I'm comfortable with the suggestion that Mayor Valenzuela put forward. And barring any other input, I think that we should go ahead and vote, because I think it's important. We have a huge responsibility. We need to work together collaboratively as much as we can. And I would hate for us to spend a bulk of the beginning of our very first meeting together trying to decide leadership.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that with 4 new members on the board, I think it's important that we do understand. I'll wait and see how I'm going to vote when I actually vote, but I do think something needs to be clear, because Mayor Romero, with all due respect, we've talked about this before. We've talked about the idea of you coming on, and I have no doubt that 2013, although if Jonathan, and I don't understand why Mayor Rothschild would not have gotten, that was before I was on the board. But I do know, since I've been on the board, when I was first asked in December of 21 to come in as the second vice chair for the RTA, my response to the executive director was no. I said, I think it's more important that you reach out to Mayor Romero and ask her if she wants to come on. And at that point, what I was told by the executive director was I asked her first and she said no. So I agree if there's been no Tucson leadership since 2013, that's a flaw in our system. And that's why I say we've got to come up with something that is a structure that we all know how it works and how it is. And if it's a rotation, that's fine, but we need a rotation listed. And I have not seen any evidence that we have a rotation. But that being said, I do not believe since 2013 that there's ever been a vote of this board and it hasn't been since I've been on this board that voted down leadership from the city of Tucson. I just want to make sure that everybody understands. I think we all believe this is a regional organization. This is one of the few regional collaborations we've got in Pima County. And so it is important that all members are engaged, and I mean all, and we've seen that in the past. And if members for the obligations of the duties feel they can't take it or don't want to take it at this time, I think we need to support that as well. So just my thoughts.
Madam Chair? To your right.
Yes.
Sorry. No, and I
Yeah.
just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Maxwell said. When I was the chair, at one of our meetings, it was offered to the city of Tucson and they passed. So I just wanted that on the record as well, that it's not because of an unwillingness to do it. It's just everybody has the opportunity to pass like you may today, right? So it was offered to South Tucson. And at different times, different members have passed. So I just wanted that on the record as well. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
I'm in agreement. I think there does need to be some clarification in the board's bylaws to help bring clarity to this. During my tenure on the board, admittedly, this hasn't been an issue. And it was my understanding when I came onto the board, I was asked if I wanted to be placed in the rotation. So it was a voluntary, and I accepted that. My presumption is that that invitation was given to each board member, and board members for any variety of reasons either chose not to be a part of the rotation or chose to be a part of the rotation. When I first came to the board, I believe I was right at I think there was one meeting where I was to serve as the chair, and then I was going to go off. So it was a little different circumstances, that it was at the tail end of another chair's tenure. But I do think there needs to be clarification. Hasn't been an issue before. And I believe that at this juncture, I think the right approach would be to bring clarity to the bylaws so that we're all in agreement on what those bylaws are, but that we follow the historic precedents to this point. My apologies for my phone.
Madam Chair. Thank you. Yes, Mayor Romero.
My name has been tossed around by some colleagues, so I do have to respond. The first 2 years I was mayor, we were dealing with COVID. And appropriately, we were very busy. As a matter of fact, I don't think PAG RTA met all of 2020 until the very end. And so I was asked to serve, and I didn't think I would have the opportunity to put the appropriate time into doing PAG or RTA. Previously, I don't know why 12 years, I don't know. I also don't know why Mayor Rothschild had said no to serving, but the reality is that there has 12 years have gone by, and Tucson has not been in leadership. Again, as I mentioned, what is part of the PAG website says that the chair can select a slate and the board makes a decision. That's very clear. There's no mention about rotations. There's no mention about, it is clearly something that the board and the chair have discretion to select on. So now I am prepared. Now I do have more than 5 years under my belt when it comes to the history of what we've done at the PAG and the RTA, and I feel prepared. I feel as though I have the opportunity, I have the knowledge to be able to serve my colleagues as the chair of the PAG. Yes, that is true that my colleagues have not voted down on having the city of Tucson as part of leadership, but now, today, is the perfect opportunity for you not to vote no for leadership, for the city of Tucson, to be as part of the leadership. So it's up to you. There is a motion, an amended motion on the floor, and I don't know if anyone else wants to continue discussing, but I think we should do roll call.
Madam Chairman, the reason I accepted the motion as a nomination for the chairman is not because I feel like I could do a better job than my colleague here, but you know, listening to people bring me up to speed about how PAG worked, how RTA worked, you know, it's important to me that we continue the progression of leadership and it not become a political thing, so that it's just a natural ascension to the roles that we have here. I obviously probably do not understand all the intricate things that are going on here. But I would like to see something set to where we know who is going to be in the roles in the future. And that is the reason that I accepted the motion for the nomination.
Well, thank you, everybody. I think that I really appreciate everybody's input. And we have 4 new board members. We have the opportunity to rewrite the narrative and work together collaboratively. So with that being said, I think we should go to roll call for the, what was it, motion? Do you want me to do roll call?
Can we get clarification on that, please? So are we voting on the acceptance of the second, or are we voting on the action of the second?
Members of the council, we'd be voting to amend the motion.
Right, we're voting to amend the motion.
And then next we'll have to have another.
Thank you.
action.
Thank you for clarifying that.
So we would be voted for the amended motion.
For the amended, not for the original.
And I just, wouldn't it have made more sense to just accept a substitute motion, vote on that, and then vote on the original? Or is it just like a, yeah. No, I think so, but that's okay.
So right now, we're just voting to accept the amendment. Right? Okay.
To accept the amendment or to vote on the amendment?
To vote to
vote
on the amendment.
Okay. Madam Chair, if I may, just to
Please.
make it clear, we need to vote whether to amend the motion. Sorry.
I apologize. Can you unmute your mic, please?
Oh, sorry. See some other reds, but anyway, I'm sorry, excuse me, Madam Chair. We're voting to on whether to amend the initial motion. Does that help or?
No.
No, but we need to,
Same thing, but there's.
parliamentary procedure is we have to have a vote because we had a motion and a second. So now there's another one. So we have to
So it's like,
vote
it's a
on
very different.
whether to amend it.
So it's like a substitute. So we're voting on accepting or not the substitute motion.
Yes. And then making that the motion on the floor.
Okay.
Okay.
If it's amended.
Mayor Winfield?
Actually, Madam
Oh, sorry.
Mayor, if you don't mind, Jackie can help you with the roll call.
Mayor Winfield,
Aye.
Chairman Jose,
So please state the motion. We're getting confused with all this back and forth. If you could please state the motion we're voting on now.
But Madam Chair, if we can ask Mayor Murphy to do that. I didn't write down the candidate.
Right. Yeah, the way I amended it was to have Mayor Post be the chair, the vice chair, myself would move up, and then Mayor Romero would be the treasurer coming in the rotation.
Yeah, Chairman, Jose, this is Mayor Valenzuela. So I put an original motion to,
I understand that. Thank
okay,
you.
so right now we're not voting on that. We're voting
uh,
on accepting the
yeah.
amendment.
Thank you, Chair Valenzuela, and thank you, Treasurer Murphy, Mayor Murphy, for the clarification. So therefore, my vote is against.
Aye.
Mayor Valenzuela,
No.
Chairman Hernandez,
No.
General Maxwell,
No.
Mayor Post,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
No.
and Supervisor Grijalva.
No.
6-3. Failed. 6 noes.
So Madam Chair, now we have a motion.
So now we have a motion for Mayor Regina Romero to be chair, Vice Mayor, Mayor John Post for vice chair, and Mayor Tom Murphy for treasurer. Jackie?
Mayor Winfield,
Nay.
Chairman Jose,
4, aye.
Nay.
Mayor Valenzuela,
Yes.
Chairman Hernandez,
Aye.
General Maxwell,
Can I explain my vote? I'm going to be an aye on this case because I think it's the right thing to do for this region right now at this time. I really do believe that if there's not 6 leadership positions, there should be opportunities for 6 of the 9 folks to be leadership. That's the only problem I had respectfully with your alternate nomination. But I do believe in the long run for this region and what we've got to get through in the next 2 years, this is going to be incredibly important. I'm going to stick pretty solid if there's any other movements at the next board. So I'm at the RTA board. So I just don't know if I'm supposed to say that or not from this point, but so I'm an aye.
Mayor Post,
You know, if I could explain my vote as well, I'm obviously new to this board. I would like to, I'd like to see this PAG do great things in our community. And I am going to vote aye because I want to make sure that I can support the chairman. I hope you do a good job. And if you need any support, I'll be here for you.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
and Supervisor Grijalva.
Aye.
7-2.
Motion passes. Thank you, everybody, for your support. I'm excited to work with every one of you and under your leadership. Mayor Romero, I hand it over to you.
I thought we were going to wait for the next meeting, but okay, thank you. Thank you so much to my colleagues on the Pima Association of
Madam
Governments.
Chair,
Yes.
sorry to
Yes,
interrupt.
Chairman.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've been trying to raise my hand.
Oh, okay,
Um,
we didn't see
and-
that.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's working or not. What I wanted to say is that I know I haven't been participating in some of the meetings, but I do believe in Pima Association of Governments. I do believe that the next few years are going to be challenging, and that I do know that we must work together in order to be stronger as a region. And on this issue here, I don't 100% disagree on what the historical practice has been, but that's not to say that it couldn't be changed in the process as long as we're not in violation of our bylaws. And even if there is some question to the bylaws, this council has the authority to amend it accordingly following best practice procedures. So I would suggest that this council note that and take that up for consideration to the next time we come to this subject matter in terms of that. And this is in no disrespect to the current vice chair and treasurer slate. I think that it would have followed the same process, just that Mayor Valenzuela yielded her position and recommended Mayor Romero for that. And that was just only for that position only. So everything else would have followed in line at the next slate, where Mayor Post would move up and Mayor Murphy would move up, and I don't know who would ever fill that void position. But if it is concerning that there needs to be something outlined or maybe more clarified, so we don't get into a situation where I don't want it to be us against them, or they or me or I and so forth, about working together, because it is important that we work together. And I do appreciate all your leadership that you bring to the table, even though I was not a part of the meetings, but I want it to be inclusive regardless, not just a one person or a 2-person regional council, but collectively a true regional council. That's all I wanted to say. Therefore, thank you, Mayor Valenzuela, and congratulations, and I look forward to working with you with the PIMA Associations of Government, Chair Romero. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Jose. Really appreciate your words. And as I was saying, I'm grateful to be given the opportunity to serve as chair of the PIMA Association of Governments. And it's an important group that we have here. We have an opportunity to be able to work collectively in very, very difficult and uncertain times. And now more than ever, we need to be as unified as we possibly can and hold hands in a forward direction for our region. Every single jurisdiction that sits at this table is an important jurisdiction. None should be treated unfairly. None should be treated less than. And one of the guiding principles that I carry as mayor for the city of Tucson is that fairness and equity should rule the day. And the same thing should happen at this table. So thank you for those that voted for me to be chair. And to those that didn't, I hope to convince you that it is fairness and equity that I will continue pushing forward at this table. With that, I too want to add my words and my condolences to the passing of Mayor Ed Honey. He really was not just a Marana institution, but a regional institution. He was my friend, and we did not agree on many, many issues. But he always was so respectful of me as an individual. And I practiced the same thing with him. I loved Mayor Honey. And the last words that I heard out of his mouth at this table was, Regina, we need to figure this out. And you and I should sit down and talk and figure things out. He really, really wanted to make this work. And so I trust that in the spirit of Mayor Honey, we work it out at this table and leave issues of politics behind when we treat each other, because he really treated me with kindness. And I know that he did that with everyone else, whether he agreed with their politics or policies or not. So let's, in that spirit, let's move on to item 5. Item 5 is an overview of PIMA Association of Governments mission and statutory responsibilities. Mr. Mogimi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jamie's going to provide an update on this item. This is just for information. Feel free to ask any questions after Jamie's presentation. Go ahead, Jamie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Regional Council. My name is Jamison Brown. I go by Jamie. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning, Programming, and Policy at PAG. I've been with PAG over 12 years, and it's my honor to be able to provide this overview. A good place to start, of course, is I think what you'll see evidence of during today's meetings. You'll see evidence of our mission as we address regional issues through cooperative efforts and pooled resources and provide accurate, relevant data that leads to effective planning decisions. For you new members, it's probably helpful to know that PAG's been in existence for quite some time. Over 50 years ago, we were established as a council of governments in 1970, followed by being established as a nonprofit in 1972. In 1973, PAG was designated by the governor as the federally required metropolitan planning organization, and PAG manages the Regional Transportation Authority, which was established by the state legislature in 2004. So some people say that PAG wears many hats, and you can see some examples of these hats that we wear. We're the Council of Governments, as mentioned. I'll talk more about that later. Same with the Metropolitan Planning Organization role. Because of the size of our region, we're also serving a transportation management area, so that comes with additional requirements. We're also, of course, managing the RTA, and there will be another presentation at the RTA board meeting providing an overview on the RTA, so I'll be very light on the RTA during my remarks. We also have some responsibilities as they regard to the Clean Air Act. So you'll hear us talk about air quality modeling and conformity analysis. We're also the designated water quality planning agency to comply with the Federal Clean Water Act. So as a council of governments, that's very broad-based, really just where every local governments want to agree to cooperate on regional issues of concern, they can form a council of governments. So they can address any of those issues you see on your screen. In Arizona, the Northern Arizona Council of Governments in the far northeast corner of the state has a Head Start program. They also have elderly services. So it's, again, where there's agreement, authority, and funding, you can form a council of governments. In contrast, the Metropolitan Planning Organization role, MPO role, you'll hear us say quite frequently. That's required by law for urban areas of 50,000 or greater. And really the requirements are about focus on transportation planning and programming. The requirements sometimes change as part of new surface transportation bills that are renewed every 5 years or so. The latest bill is the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that was enacted in 2021 and will expire in 2026. As you can see on your screen, we've got several of those bills listed with those acronyms. MAP 21, for example, required MPOs to follow a performance-based approach for transportation programming and planning. So we were required to establish performance measures and targets and have been doing so ever since. So I'll focus on the planning and the programming side of PAG as part of our federal requirements. On the left, you see a cover of the 2045 Regional Mobility and Accessibility Plan, or RMAP. You'll hear us say RMAP a lot. That's our long-range transportation plan. On the right is a cover of our Transportation Improvement Program, or TIP. And you'll hear us say TIP quite frequently as well at these meetings. So how do those two work together? The graphic on the right, I think, is a good illustration of how they do interact. So the vertical axis shows, of course, 20 plus years for the long-range transportation plan is the years in which it should cover. Our next update for the RMAP will actually cover 30 years, but a minimum of 20 years is required. The 5-year transportation improvement program, you can see, is nested within that. So you don't see any part of that blue rectangle outside of that gray box, the long-range plan. The long-range plan is the parent plan, and all projects in the TIP must be consistent with the long-range plan. We'll continue to repeat that. It's very important. So the long-range transportation plan must be updated every 4 years. It must cover a period of at least 20 years, as I mentioned. It must identify anticipated funding to meet the region's transportation needs. So a big part of that long-range planning effort is developing a financial plan, looking out over that time horizon to see how much revenue we expect, and then developing a plan of projects. The candidate projects are submitted by your member agencies to see, of this limited funding, and all these projects that you've submitted to us, what can we afford within this little box of funding over the next 20 or 30 years? The Transportation Improvement Program, again, is related to the long-range transportation plan, because again, all projects must be consistent with it. It must be updated. Well, in our case, it's updated every 2 years. We could wait every 4 years, but that's a long time to wait. It covers a 5-year period. It also funds, programs the funds to specific projects. So at the heart of the tip is a project list that lists every project. And by fiscal year, it will list the fund source, the amount, and the phase. It must be fiscally constrained or financially constrained. So again, we need to identify the resources available over that 5-year period and only program project funding up into that amount and no more than that. Otherwise, we'll be out of constraint. And the tip also includes the RTA 5-year financial plan. So all of the RTA projects are included in the 5-year tip. So now I'll pivot because we've been talking about these two plans and project programs, the importance of the different funding sources and their limitations. So I'm going to talk about federal funding from the Federal Highway Administration, FHWA, FTA funding, Federal Transit Administration, also state funding from the Highway User Revenue Fund, also some other ADOT funding, and finally RTA funding. I'm not going to talk about other sources like aviation funding, just the Surface Transportation Fund. And it's again important to remember that for any project, it must be consistent with the region's long-range transportation plan to be funded. And also another important policy limitation is that the RTA board prioritizes available regional transportation funding towards delivery of voter-approved RTA projects. So there's just not been enough of the RTA sales tax to cover the needs of the current RTA plan. So we've been directing some of those other funding sources to deliver those RTA commitments. So the next several set of slides is going to look similar. It's going to have the category at the top, and then you'll have these 6 boxes of different types of transportation facilities or programs. So we've got interstates and highways on the left, arterial and collector roadways, transportation alternatives projects, those are the bicycle and pedestrian projects, transit capital like bus purchases, transit operations, and then miscellaneous projects and programs, could be studies, could be technology, that sort of thing. You can see with the green, those for this particular funding source, those dollars can be spent in that area. If it's yellow, dollars may be spent, and red, dollars cannot be spent in that particular area. I'll also talk about funding characteristics and funding limitations. So for this first slide, federal surface transportation funding, that source that's programmed in the tip includes Surface Transportation Block Grant Program funds, or STBG, as well as Regional Transportation Alternatives grants. Those are, again, for the bicycle and pedestrian facilities. The apportionments total roughly $23 million annually, and it will vary. It also has several limitations, these two sources. We have non-federal match for FHWA funding sources of 5.7%. It's also subject to what's called obligation limitations. So even though the apportionments have an amount, by federal regulations and policy, as well as ADOT policy, we can't spend the entire amount. So we may be required only to, or allowed to spend up to 95%. And sometimes we've been told it might be even reduced further. Also, it's important to note that these funding streams come to us by census urban area boundary. So it doesn't all just come to the region. So we get a certain bucket of money that comes to areas in a region of greater than 200,000 in population, areas of 5 to 49,000 in population, and finally those with less than 5,000 in population. It's also important to know that projects with federal dollars have various federal regulations that must be complied with, including project scoping, development, design, bidding, and delivery. So for example, projects also must comply with the National Environmental Policy Act. That might involve developing an environmental impact statement, for example. Also with these funds that are programmed through the regional process, they must be obligated in the year that they are apportioned. So they don't roll forward like other funding sources could if they're not expended. So it's more high stakes. The clock is ticking and it's use it or lose it. Okay, next slide, federal transit funding. The total apportionments from the sources that we program most recently total about 25 million. Those include a number of different grant programs, primarily through the Federal Transit Administration, the largest of which is 5307. That's the transit funds for urban areas. that can be used on both capital and operations for transit projects. That's about 22 million of the 25 is 5307 funding. Funding limitations, the match requirement is actually higher for these FTA funds of between 15 and 20% generally, depending on the type of project and the funding source. And miscellaneous projects have included preventative maintenance, storage, and fuel facilities, as well as tech upgrades. Okay, switching gears now, we talked about federal, let's talk about state. We call it Regional Highway User Revenue Funds, or HERF, the 12-6 funds. So you'll hear us mention HERF 12-6 repeatedly. These are in contrast to HERF that is allocated directly to cities, towns, and counties by formula. So this is a different HERF source that comes only to MAG and PAG. The annual amount is about $31 million. And that formula is provided to the region through state law. It can only be used on regional projects, but could also be applied to those multimodal components, including sidewalks and bike lanes. And again, this is not that direct HERF that goes to cities, towns, and counties. This is regional HERF 12-6. But as you can see from the green boxes, it can be applied to interstates and highways, as well as those interstate and collector facilities. Here's another source of regional HERF. It's called 2-6. You may hear us talk about this less frequently because there are more restrictions to it. The amount really depends on the cash flow analysis by ADOT in terms of how much we can program, but the annual amount is roughly about $7 million. It's as opposed to HERF 12-6, which is established by state law and can be found in the statute. This is provided to us through policy at the Arizona State Transportation Board. Only MAG and PAG receive this funding, and it can only be used on state-owned roadway projects such as state routes and interstates. But it is cooperatively programmed by PAG and ADOT on those types of facilities. Another major funding source that you'll hear us talk about and you'll see in the tip, ADOT discretionary. This is really this part of the two-part 13% is really for major projects, the total of which can vary significantly. So based on an agreement going back to 1999 called the Casa Grande Resolves, the PAG region receives 13% of both ADOT discretionary and ADOT subprogram funds that's determined based on a 3-year rolling average. So that's why you'll see that high level of variation from year to year, 45 to 150 million plus, because it depends on where those dollars are being allocated throughout the state on an annual basis. Also, each surface transportation bill could change the amount that's apportioned to the state of Arizona. So we saw a pretty significant jump between the FAST Act and the IIJA. So I guess we'll see what happens with the next surface transportation bill, if it will maintain those same levels. As you can see, it's pretty limited in terms of how those dollars can be applied. And to see interstates and highways, and for this discretionary, it's really the major projects like freeway interchanges and interstate widenings. Just mentioned briefly, this is the other component of that 13%. It's the ADOT subprogram. We do not, through our committee process, have really a role in that determination of where those funds can be applied. It's really based on ADOT's needs and based on technical formula for their system. But it's just good to know that there's between 9 million and 29 million that is applied to our region on smaller projects for ADOT facilities. And then RTA funding, as I mentioned, Rick is going to be providing an overview later today. But it's good to know that, as you can see, the funding can be applied across all of those categories, but there are, of course, limitations. The RTA funding is budgeted annually. Of course, the funding comes primarily through the passenger sales tax that was approved by the voters and must be applied to deliver those commitments in the RTA plan, either the named projects or the categoricals. So just switching gears, I think it's good to talk about what the priorities are for the next 2 fiscal years briefly. We're going to continue to work on the RTA plan and helping our member agencies deliver those projects, as well as RTA Next. Developing the next transportation improvement program. As I mentioned, we update that biannually. So we're going to start that process later this year in the summer. We're also going to make sure that we fulfill any obligations due to contract or federal and or state mandates. And of course, data and technical tools to support these efforts. They're part of our mission. They're part of what we do. We do have statutory and fiduciary responsibilities. PAG is the fiscal manager of the regional funds that are programmed in the Transportation Improvement Program. And where the fiscal management is pursuant to contracts with our federal and state partners and the RTA. There's a detailed agreement between PAG and ADOT, for example, that outlines our responsibilities. And there's also an agreement between PAG and RTA through an MOU in which PAG will serve as the fiscal manager of the RTA funds, providing administrative and accounting services to deliver all the programs and comply with the RTA's operations and governing laws. So PAG is really the employer helping RTA meet its commitments. And so hopefully this overview helped you understand sort of the roles of PAG and the various funding sources that come through our region. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Concerns, comments, observations? Okay. If there are none, thank you, Mr. Brown. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I do have a note more than anything, and just to let my colleagues on the regional council know, Mr. Mogimi, I will be requesting a future agenda item for a presentation on the roles and responsibilities of the various PAG committees and who their respective members are. For those that are coming into PAG, there are many committees that have certain responsibilities to make recommendations to the regional council. And so it's always good to know how those committees are, when they're meeting, who they report to, what are the recommendations in the issue areas that they deal with. And so I'll be requesting a future agenda item so that we can go through the committees for PAG. Item 6 is.
Mayor Romero?
Yes.
Just really quickly, I do want to make note that Supervisor Scott did also put in a request July 22nd,
Of last
requesting
year?
a review. Yeah. Well, 2024. And there was a mention of it in July 15th, 2024 as well, regarding the PAG committees. And so if it's okay, I'll go ahead and forward this to you since I
Yes.
believe it's already been submitted to administrator.
Absolutely, it has
Yeah,
been
thanks.
submitted by Supervisor Scott to the PAG. We'll just make sure that it does end up at the
committee.
next agenda for the next meeting.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any others? Alrighty, so we will move on to item 6.
Chair Romero?
Yes, I'm so sorry, Chairman Jose, we don't see when you have your hand up. If someone can wave at us and let us
Okay.
know. Go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you to the presentation. Exactly to your question and previous question. I think those committees need to be looked at. I looked on the website and I looked at some of the committee members, and some of them are no longer serving in their roles or positions. I know for Donald Nation, there is some question there. So I don't know who looks at that and updates that from time to time, but just for I guess a future discussion or attention to whomever that may be, I would appreciate that, because we have a few Donald Nation would like to contribute to that discussion, or however we can assist in that manner. Thank you very much. Nothing further.
We'll be adding the agenda item at our next PAG meeting. And so hopefully the item will have background information before we get to the table so that the jurisdictions can take a look at how their jurisdictions are being represented at the committee level. And as Supervisor Grijalva suggested, there had been a request by Supervisor Scott to have this item at the PAG. It just had not made it to the agenda yet. So we'll make sure that it will be at our next PAG meeting.
Chair Romero,
Mayor Winfield.
I do have a screen in front of me and it does have Chairman Jose, so I can see his
Okay.
hand, so my apologies, but
Okay.
I'll
Yes,
I'll
if
be
someone
here.
can just let me know when he has his hand up.
I'll
Thank
let you
you.
know.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor Winfield. Any others? All right, we'll go to call to the audience then. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, there are no speaker requests for this call to the audience.
Ready, so no request right now. We move on to item 7. Let me make sure that I read it into the record. Approval of the September 26, 2024 meeting summary. Mr. Mogimi.
Madam Chair, members of council, the packet material will include the minutes from the previous meeting. It's an action item require any motion. Approval.
I move to approve.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 8 is the 2025 Regional Council meeting schedule. Mr. Mogimi.
Council, post dates are in the packet, typically, with meeting process and, but it comes with great recommendations to the regional council. Run it out typically every 2 months, so, with your approval, we can go ahead and schedule meetings, be able to meet regional council's dates, and hopefully this way it's on your calendar as well, and hopefully easier to make sure that we have a forum for those meetings. So this is just for PAG regional council meetings.
So there is, there is an agenda for meetings of PAG. There is, of course, today, March 3rd. Then we skip April, then move on to Thursday, May 29th. Thursday, July 31st. There's no June meeting. Then Thursday, September 25th. And then our last meeting would be December 4th, 2025. Is there any comments or a motion? I see 2 hands up. Mayor Winfield?
I don't necessarily have concerns about the PAG agenda other than how it relates to the RTA meeting
Yeah.
agenda.
That's right.
And so I just want to make that known that I don't have any issues with this agenda, but I would like to have a conversation when we get to the RTA. I'll just, for the record, I do have a conflict for May 29th. I'm just,
Okay.
all the other dates, but I do have a conflict for May 29th that I will not be able to attend that meeting.
Noted. Thank you so much. I did look, I have to admit that I did look into the May meeting and I made sure that it wasn't on the weekend before Memorial Day weekend. It is the Thursday after Memorial Day weekend, but I could understand that there might be some other activities happening at that time. I don't know. I don't want to call you general because you
No.
kind of like jump every time. Mr. Maxwell.
Madam Mayor, I'm just going to make the motion to approve it as published. right
As
now.
presented.
I would ask that if we were able to all get dates that maybe we had conflicts and see if the executive director could move some of them around inside the month. But as we all know, we've got to do that earlier than later to get them on our calendars.
So there is a motion to accept the proposed schedule of meetings for PAG. Do you have a second?
I'll second that also with the comments to get feedback to see if we can get a majority. Obviously, it'd be nice to have everybody here.
So there's a motion and a second to approve the meetings as presented. Discussion, and I'll open up discussion for everyone. I too, Mayor Winfield, agree with you 100% that some RTA decisions are based on PAG work. So I would like to at least consider that we have a ready meeting for April, because we have lots of work to do on the RTA side. So we should at least meet April, May, and then take it from there, see if we need a June or if we need any other meeting. I also noticed that there's no August or October meeting, so I would like for us to consider the possibility of having PAG meetings whenever they're necessary to make decisions for the RTA, if that's okay. So I'd like to make sure that we accept your motion. And I guess you used a little bit of language that says that we have some flexibility to add meetings, correct?
Madam Chair, yes, I agree with that. I think. I know we're gonna probably have that conversation, as Mayor Winfield said, later in the RTA too, but it's important that sometimes we align, and even it's just a matter to gavel in, see if there's anything immediate, and gavel out. So I think we're all open for that.
Okay.
And the motion was not meant to restrict that.
Okay, perfect. That's great.
Mayor Romero.
Supervisor Grijalva.
The only thing I would add is several of us are parents with children that get off certain periods of time. So we can also look at our school schedules, I think TUSD, just to kind of try to avoid where we might be able to hang out with our kids for a minute and not, if we can schedule meetings around them. I don't think it's going to be difficult at all, but there's a week in October that, I'd like to torture my children just a little more than usual. Yeah.
And the PAG staff, PAG and RTA staff have been pretty kind, in terms of understanding that some of us have kids still and work really hard to align our calendars as much as they possibly can. So I totally agree. Alrighty, any other comments or? Alrighty, so there's a motion on the floor. There's a second. And if there's no more discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. We move on to item 9, consent agenda items for information. Mr. Mogimi.
Madam Chair, members of the Regional Council, these items do not require any action. They're just in there for your information. The first one is any contracts that we have entered to under $50,000. And the second one is update of activities throughout the last few months. I typically email those to you as well, but it's included in the packet just for information. If you have any questions, feel free to ask questions either at the meeting or anytime after the meeting. Reach out and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any comments or questions on this item? So we don't need, Mr. Mogimi, you said we don't need a motion.
No actions
Alright.
required, no.
Alrighty, any questions at all? If not, we move on to item 10. Item 10 is PAG Social Services Planning Subcommittees, Social Services Block Grant. Mr. Mogimi.
Madam Chair, members of the Regional Council, Janine Sullivan's going to give you an overview of this item. And I guess I'll add a few words afterwards, so go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Regional Council. I am Janine Sullivan. I am the Transportation, Mobility, and Accessibility Program Manager for PAG, and I will be reviewing the Social Services Planning Subcommittee, or SSBG, block grant. We'll be seeking your approval of the recommendations for this grant funding for state fiscal year 26 at the local plan level. So just for context, anyone mute your mic, please? Can I unmute it? Sorry about that. Should I start over?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right. So good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Regional Council. My name is Janine Sullivan. I am the Transportation, Mobility, and Accessibility Program Manager here at PAG, Pima Association of Governments. And we are going to be seeking your approval for the recommendations for the Social Services Block Grant for state fiscal year 26. For context, Pima Association of Governments facilitates the process for developing these recommendations for Social Services Block Grant funding for Pima County under the guidance and direction of the Arizona Department of Economic Security. So the recommendations are based on the following goals of the SSBG program in the state of Arizona. Number 1, achieving or maintaining economic self-support to prevent, reduce, or eliminate dependency. Number 2, achieving or maintaining self-sufficiency, including reduction or prevention of dependency. Number 3, preventing or remedying neglect, abuse, or exploitation of children and adults unable to protect their own interests, or preserving, rehabilitating, or reuniting families. Number 4, preventing or reducing inappropriate institutional care by providing community-based care, home-based care, or other forms of less intensive care. Number 5, securing referral referral or admission for institutional care when other forms of care are not appropriate for providing services to individuals in institutions. With that in mind, the Social Services Planning Subcommittee had a task before them, and that task was focused on 8 or 9 of the 29 service categories under the Social Services Block Grant. Now, keep in mind, human service organizations in Pima County may then contract out with the state to provide services using these funds. For additional context, the total amount of money available for Pima County throughout this block grant does not change significantly from year to year. It is typically about $1.4 million. Some things you should know about our overall process include our outreach for committee member participation. We extended invites to members of each of the jurisdictions. We extended invites to Tohono O'odham Nation and Pasco Yaqui Tribe. We extended invites to over 60 nonprofit agencies across the region, including United Way and United Way of Southern Arizona and Pima Council on Aging. We held 5 meetings throughout the months of October, November, and December. There were 7 to 9 organizations represented at each of those meetings. Some other elements you should know about our meetings was that we extended the opportunity for anyone who is participating in the meetings to either present a fact sheet that would express regional needs pertinent to this funding or to do a presentation. Keep in mind, the fact sheets were pertinent to the broad service categories, and those are Department of Child Safety, Division of Aging and Adult Services, Rehabilitation Services Administration, and Workforce Development Administration. During this time, no fact sheets were submitted. However, there are several presentations made. As noted in your packet, there are several recommendations made by the subcommittee members, and you'll see those changes reflected in the packet. The changes to the current allocations were under the following broad services categories: DCAD, Case Management Services, DAAS, Case Management Services, DCAD, Legal Assistance Services, and RSA, Interpreter Services for Deaf Adults. Following the recommendations, a public comment period was posted on December 19th of 2024. From December 20th of 2024 through Friday, January 10th of 2025, closing at 5 p.m. was our public comment period. We did a total of 22 days for our public comment period, although the requirement is only a 10-day minimum. No comments from the public were received during this process. And at this time, we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sullivan. Who sits on the Social Services Planning Subcommittee?
That's a good question. So I can give you some details on that. So during the course of the 5 meetings, we had different representatives present. So for the first meeting, we did have Primavera Foundation, Pima Council on Aging, the United Way, Catholic Community Services, a member of Casas Church, Valley Assistance Services, Interfaith Community Services. On other meetings, we had members from Pima County Housing, Beacon Group, Hope Incorporated, again, the United Way, Project More, Valley Assistance Services, Primavera Foundation, Pima Council on Aging, and again, Catholic Community Services. In other meetings, some of the same participant organizations followed. Those include, again, Project More, Valley Assistance Services, PCOA, Catholic Community Services, the Beacon Group, Primavera Foundation, and Interfaith Community Services.
So these are participants that went to the meeting, or they sit on the Social Services Planning Subcommittee?
Both. So the simplest answer is, in our process of doing our invite for anyone who would like to participate as a member of the subcommittee, the individuals that I referenced are those that not only raised their hand saying they'd like to be a part of it, but they were active participants in the subcommittee for each of those meetings outlined.
So they're participants and they sit on the subcommittee?
They sit on the subcommittee as a participant.
Okay. And who appoints the members of the subcommittee?
No one specifically is appointed. They're just invited to participate if they so choose to. And by raising their hand to participate, they're saying they would like to be an active participant, and they show up to the meetings and participate in the discussions that are referenced in our agenda that's posted.
Madam Chair, if I may add to that.
Mr. Mogimi?
It's an ad hoc group. They only meet for this purpose only. Invitation is sent out, and anyone that is interested to participate has a seat at the table.
So it's not an appointed
No, ma'am.
subcommittee that makes recommendations
No,
to
ma'am.
the,
It's
to
just an ad
the
hoc
regional.
committee for this purpose only.
Supervisor Grijalva?
Thank you. Is it historically the practice to not put the organizations that are going to be receiving funding?
I'm sorry, please.
So these are funding recommendations, right? And I, in my other life, was ran a nonprofit, and Pima County has outside agencies and all that. And we get a list of the organizations that are being recommended and where are they in the region to try to, you know, make sure to equitably disperse like resources.
Yeah, so I can attempt to answer that if I may, and then Janine, feel free to add. So historically, it's been funding that is coming through the state and allocated to the county. And all the organizations that have been part of this as recipients, they've continued to collaborate among themselves, and not much has changed. So basically, unfortunately, over time, they've seen reduction in funding.
Right.
And they've been recommending to hold everybody harmless as much as possible. So historically, there hasn't been that much of a change, and they're the same recipients that continue to ask.
The same organizations are
Yes.
getting the funding, and it would be helpful to me just to have an idea of who these organizations are.
And I'm sorry, do you have that handy, or was it in the packet? I don't recall which organizations are benefiting from those funds.
It was not in the packet, Mr. Mogimi, so I don't know if you can share that information with us. Maybe you can read it into the record.
And another part of that, if I may, is that the state makes the final decision. This is a
Perfect.
recommendation we're sending to the state. So at this point, it's just what categories to fund, so that actual recipients have not been determined until the state makes the final decision.
Right, but we have an idea of
It's
who's
not-
going to be receiving the first column. It's just, I've never seen, we have the document with the funding priorities and what the projects are going to be, but not the organization
Correct.
who's doing it. That
It
just
might be more
seems,
helpful for us to send you an email with historically who has received it, because we don't know who will receive it in the future. We only know the categories.
right, but you have an idea of what organizations are being recommended to assist survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence. That first one,
Yeah.
there's an organization, and they might not receive that full amount. They might not receive all of it, but it depends on what's allocated, and then you'll redistribute. I just think it's important for us to understand that, because I think that everyone represents different areas of the region, and so we want to make sure that distribution of those funds are equitable as much as possible.
And
Yeah.
if I may, we'll follow up with an email with that additional information. And then hopefully, once we hear from the state, once they make a determination, we'll follow up with that information as
If
well.
I may back us up a little bit, I know that Mr. Maxwell has questions, but Ms. Sullivan, do you have the agencies that are recommended for funding? Because what we received was the different, as Supervisor Grijalva said, we received the areas that the funds are going to, and the amount that is being recommended for funding in that area, but we don't have the list of organizations that are being recommended for funding.
So I think a couple things. One, I'll let Farhad speak to the process in terms of how agencies contract with the state, and to Mr. McKinney's point that we probably could provide a list from who received funding in the past, but for this, those decisions have not been made. So just to clarify, when the Department of Economic Security provides us with the the funding amounts for the state fiscal year 26 local plan level, there's no organization specifically identified. It's only the broad service category and then the respective funding and service intents under each broad service category, and then the respective amounts that are associated with each. And then the subcommittee is asked to say whether or not they agree with those funding amounts as written through the Department of Economic Security, or if they would like to propose a change. And so what was in the packet is based on the subcommittee's discussions on what changes to the funding allocations they are recommending. So it is not stating funding for a specific organization, because that's not our role.
Okay, so then the subcommittee or the participants that choose to participate in the process, because we can't call them subcommittee if they're not appointed. The individuals or organizations that show up, they say we should put $56,000 under assistance of survivors of sexual assault. And then they go down the list in terms of how they're going to divvy up the funds. They don't make recommendations to nonprofit organizations and how much organizations should receive from there?
Correct, they do not.
Okay, alrighty. Well, that clarifies the questions that were put out there. So nonprofit organizations have to go to DES and the state to apply for those funds.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Mr. Maxwell.
Madam Chair, you just said what I was going to get at is, my understanding is this is just the division of the money. The state then makes the selection of the organization. So
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan.
Can I receive a list of previously funded, like last year, just so I can get an idea of the organizations that have historically been funded? Because it sounds like that happens a lot in grants. Like they'll get the same thing, kind
We'll
of.
be happy to. We'll provide the previous, and then once the selection is made for this year, we'll send you a list of the selection.
Great. Thank you.
And Mr. Maxwell.
And as a follow-up, Mr. Mogimi, it's any organization that works in any of these things can apply to DES. So it's not, there's nothing we do or the county does. It's all hands off. So obviously if there's a new organization that works in one of these, they can go to DES and apply as well. So it's, I think that side of it's kind of out of our hands.
And so going back to your statement, Mr. Mogimi, I think it would help to send an email to all of the PAG regional council members so that we know who previously has received some of these. That would help.
Yeah, me too.
All right, any other questions or comments on this item?
The only thing I was,
This one is an action item, so.
Do we have a chairman hand up? No, okay. This is an action item and we need a motion to approve the recommendations in the report.
I move to approve.
There's a motion.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Item 11. Rideshare Vanpool contract. Mr. Mogimi.
Madam Chair, members of the Regional Council, Mary Carter is going to give you a quick update on this item. This is again, selecting a vendor who provides Vanpool vehicles for participants. So Mary, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Regional Council. I'm Mary Carter. I am Director of Mobility Management and Services. The Vanpool contract, as you noted in your packet, is up for renewal. We are asking for the endorsement approval for our Executive Director to enter into this contract. Our current contract was a 3-year contract with 2 optional years, and we are currently on an extension due to the delay of the board meeting. This Vanpool program is an integral part of the travel reduction program, of which all your jurisdictions are participating in. So we request your approval. If you have any questions, happy to answer.
And there's an action requested to authorize the Executive Director to enter into the proposed contract with Enterprise Holdings for the Sun Rideshare Vanpool program.
I move to approve.
Alrighty, there's a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Second, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Maxwell and then Mayor Valenzuela.
So I heard from what I heard from Ms. Carter is that Enterprise Holdings is the company that's currently providing this.
It is, but we did go through an RFP process and there were.
So what is the
selected-
historic performance indicators we had from Enterprise Holdings?
They're performing really well. I think the question remains that from a marketing perspective, if we can encourage more people to participate. And that's something that they help with and we do it as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mayor Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor Pina.
Microphone.
Thank you. It goes to your comment about participants. How do we entice people to participate? I've learned a little bit about the program and it would be great to have something like this in South Tucson.
So the Vanpool program is open to anyone. We administer the travel reduction program, which City of South Tucson is engaged in. So a Vanpool is made up of 6 or more riders. And a Vanpool vehicle is defined by the IRS, it is not by us. So in order for a subsidy to be paid, which PAG is the subsidy source, we have certain requirements that must be met. So the promotion of, the providing of vehicles, maintenance, roadside assistance, all of that is managed by Commute. There's a very limited number of vendors who do actually provide this service. Commute is one of the premier vendors nationwide. We are dependent upon them because they provide everything. We are not in operations. The reason that they contract with us is that we are a subsidy source. That subsidy source reduces the overall cost every month to those riders. And it's generally anyone who has a very long commute. So many of the participants are working or living on reservations or Fort Huachuca, or they cross through our region. So if you're not 18 miles or greater one way, you may not be ripe for a Vanpool.
Do we have a list of those participants?
Oh, yes, we have plenty of data on miles. All of the Vanpool data that we collect in exchange for providing subsidy goes into an NTD report. That NTD report is submitted to the FTA every October.
If I may add to that. So the operation is essentially leasing a van to a group of participants, and it's not cost effective unless they have high mileage commutes. So typically people with lower mileage commute, it just won't pencil out for them.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mayor.
I know we had problems with drivers in the past, just in general. Has that improved over
So
time?
this is actually a great program because they, among themselves, they take turns and drive themselves. We don't provide a driver. These are 5 co-workers go on to the same destination and they take turns, they drive themselves. Or 7, I'm sorry.
And the lease is with the individual. The individual must be 25 years or older with a not perfect, but okay driving record. The insurance, everything that's associated with operating that vehicle, except for gas, is shared between the participants, is included in that lease. And we post our lease rates on our website currently. They're all newer vehicles. I have some great stories about how they thought it was a deal when they bought a $500 van and they were going to take care of it themselves. And then we converted them over. They're actually at Marana Water off of Ina. So it's safer. It has air conditioning. You don't have to worry about buying tires, all of that. So it's the most economical commute option in terms of alt modes.
Sure. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, and I think it's a valid question to ask, details in terms of like who's participating, what are the metrics of success? Where are we funding this and where the needs are, maybe gaps in service. So any background information you can provide the regional council would be excellent.
We have many reports to choose from. Yes, we're going to provide those.
All right.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we do have a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 12, Regional Transportation Revenues Update.
Madam Chair, members of the Regional Council, this is an item that we bring to you on a regular basis. The information is in your packet as well. It's just more of an opportunity to kind of watch the trends and where the revenue is coming from, and in many cases, ensuring that the revenues that are coming from the state and federal government are tracked and monitored for your information. But we do give you an update at these meetings for that purpose. So, and James is going to give you that update.
Thank you, Mr. Mohimi. Madam Chair, members of the Regional Council. My name is James Tao. I am the RTA Budget Manager, and I'll be providing a brief revenues update. If you turn to Table 1 of the Regional Transportation Revenues Report through December, PAG has collected about $16 million in regional HERF dollars, while the STBG apportionments for the fiscal year are projected at $21 million. In Table 3 and Figure 1, through December, more than $87 million in HERF and vehicle license tax was collected across the region. As mentioned, PAG collected about $16 million, while the remaining amount was distributed to jurisdictions across the region. Regional HERF revenues show a more than 2% increase year over year and a nearly 4.5% increase compared to the 5-year average. Table 4 shows HERF 12.6 in detail. Through December, we collected $16 million, which is almost 17% more than the ADOT official forecast, and more than 5% stronger than last year. Reporting of actuals was delayed in November and December of FY24, affecting year-to-year comparison at this stage of the fiscal year. Table 5 shows HERF 2.6 with stronger than expected collections totaling nearly $3.6 million through December. And with Table 6 through December, PAG had over $111 million in an interest-bearing account. Most of these dollars are spoken for. In Table 7, we look at city and town HERF distributions year to date. Table 8 shows the HERF 12.6 and 2.6 we've already seen. Additionally, we have Pima County HERF and Pima County vehicle license tax, the portion set aside for transportation use only. And Table 9 has the previous 5 years and lets you see how much HERF your city or town received. Table 10 shows us gallons of gas sold in Pima County through various fiscal years. Keep in mind that the amounts shown are for the same year-to-date period during the previous 4 fiscal years. We normally see about 13%, and through December, we were just under 13% for the fiscal year. And in Table 11, over $61 million has been collected in TPT through December, trending slightly lower than the adopted budget, while showing a slight increase from the same period last year. Thank you.
All right, any questions, observations, anything? I do have a question. How much of the HERF 12.6% balance is programmed, and what is the process to program these funds? I know that we'll be having a conversation later on the RTA cost to complete. And so I want to make sure that we have a complete picture for all of us to know what balance is unprogrammed, what balance is programmed already, et cetera.
Yes, Madam Chair. The amounts that have been allotted to us will be all completely programmed through fiscal 29. The interest on that has not been programmed, and if that interest were to become available through the state, then that would ideally be addressed at the next TIP development cycle.
And is there a report regarding the interest and how much is available for PAG to use?
Yes, Madam Chair. The state of Arizona is in charge of that account. Unlike the RTA dollars, we do not manage those funds. I assume we could provide that information, but I don't have it currently.
Okay, that would be wonderful if you could provide the information for the regional council to have. I'm actually frankly a little upset that we don't have that information right now so that we can know exactly what we're dealing with when it comes to program funds and unprogrammed funds and how much each pot has. When can we have that information, Mr. Mohimi?
Madam Chair, if I may clarify, so the state provides allocations to us on an annual basis. Those allocations are fully programmed. So we won't know what the next allocation would be until the state determines what those allocations are. So I think the reference to the account is that it's managed by the state and they give us those allocations. And currently those are all fully programmed in the current TIP.
Mr. Toe just mentioned that there is funds that are unprogrammed, which are the interest funds. So
Within the account, and the state
account.
determines when to allocate any revenue. So currently, we do not have anything other than what they have already provided to us.
well, as simple as providing a program funds and being able to share that with the regional council and being able to know how much is on program that belongs to this region would be good as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Toe? Alrighty, hearing none, thank you, Mr. Toe, really appreciate it. And you didn't need any action for that, correct?
No, it's just for information.
Alrighty, so item 13 is 2055 Regional Mobility and Accessibility Plan, RMAP Development Update.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the Regional Council, again, this one is an update on the development of the long-range plan, and Jeanette's going to provide that information.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Regional Council. My name is Jeanette D. Wren. Is D like the letter, Wren like the bird. So just call me Jeanette, that's fine. I'm here to present the Regional Mobility and Accessibility Plan. Thank you, Jamie, for bringing this up earlier in the conversation. So there's a little bit of background about our long-range plan, and I'll dive into it a little bit deeper and take any questions that you have. Okay, so many of you are familiar with this project, but since there's several new members here at the Regional Council, I'm going to take a few minutes to walk through some of the fundamentals of the plan. For instance, why do we do this plan? What's required and who's involved? First and foremost, I did want to say that this is a federal requirement of PAG. So Jamie did mention that it's a 4-year process. You'll see many, many updates on this project throughout your tenure here on this board. But it is a federal requirement, and there are required elements of the plan, which I will walk through during this presentation. It is a long-range plan. It's multimodal, which means it doesn't just cover roadway projects, it covers transit, covers bike improvements, ped improvements, and all of the different elements of a multimodal transportation system. It's performance-based, which I'll explain later in the presentation, and it does have a 30-year horizon. So the requirement is a 20-year horizon. We plan on a 30-year horizon. So the plan that we're working on right now will start in 2025 and will continue on till 2055. The plan has to have a fiscally constrained project list. And you'll hear me say that many times throughout this presentation, and pretty much any time I present to this board, it has to be fiscally constrained. Jamie did mention what that means, and we'll dive into it a little bit further. But basically, we have to have a project list that's fiscally constrained, and those projects need to be in the long-range plan so that they can receive TIP funding. We call that planning to programming. So the RMAP is the plan where the projects will first appear, and then those projects are eligible for TIP funding in the future. One of the assumptions that we do make in the plan, and I'll repeat this several times because it's a really important part, is that we do assume the continuation of a half-cent sales tax throughout the duration of that 30 years. Okay, there are many requirements to the plan, all of which will be outlined in the document when you receive it later this year. But I'm going to walk you through some of the main. So first is fiscal constraint. It's probably the second of many times you'll hear me say that in this presentation. But essentially what that means is that the cost of in-plan projects may not exceed anticipated revenues over the next 30 years. So a big part of what we do is project those revenues in our finance plan and top that out at a what do we reasonably expect. So that reasonable expectation has to be based on something. I'll talk a little bit later in the presentation about how we get to that number and the methodology that we use to make sure that we're not just very optimistic in that revenue projection, but that we're real realistic in that projection. Another element that we have to talk about is our environmental impacts, mainly that the plan must demonstrate air quality conformity. It's a little bit complicated of a process, but it is a mandate. So we do some air quality modeling as part of the process. Another key component is the public engagement. So this is really interesting because what the statute says is that each metropolitan planning organization shall provide a reasonable opportunity to comment on the transportation plan, which is about as vague as it can be, right? A reasonable opportunity. So what we try to do is make sure that those are reasonable opportunities, but also many opportunities, not just for our jurisdiction partners, for our committee members, but also for jurisdiction staff and members of the general public. Earlier in the process last year, I did mention that we did conduct a survey. That survey, we reached nearly 4,500 survey responses. So to put that in context, the last time we did a survey for the long range plan was in 2016, and we got 1,100 responses. So this time around, we almost quadrupled that. And in addition to that, we did hold 10 in-person events and reached out to many different individual groups that may not have been able to participate in the survey. Jenny and her team have been taking on the outreach for multiple endeavors here at PAG, and she can walk through some of those specifics on the RMAP specific results. But we did conduct an extensive outreach for this effort. Along with that, in the statutes, it also says that we really kind of sets the bar vague and minimal, but it says we have to hold public meetings in convenient locations. We try to do that. We employ visualization techniques to describe the plan. So we don't just put a bunch of text, we make it so that that visually people can understand what we're doing, and that we make information available to the public. So we do that through these meetings, through your staff, as well as through our website, and I'll share that with you at the end of the presentation. Okay, so where do the projects come from? Jamie touched upon this a little bit, but I'll dive into that a little bit here. Most importantly, they come from you. They come from the jurisdiction partners and from your plans and processes. The projects have been vetted through your long-range plans, master plans, comprehensive plans, CIPs, and brought to the table for consideration by your staff. So given that reasonable expectation of funding, we can't include everything that's brought to the table. So we have to whittle that down to what can fit into that fiscal constraint. So on the slide, it talks a little bit about some of the continued projects from the 2045 RMAP update. So we start looking at that project list and we include some of these items, one being the RTA projects. So those projects obviously need to stay in the long range plan because there's RTA funding committed to them. Projects that are in the TIP. So those projects already have funds programmed. They need to stay in the long range plan so that they can continue to receive those regional funds. Same thing with projects under construction. So if there's money being allocated to deliver a project right now, we're going to keep that project in the plan so that they keep getting funds. Another one is jurisdiction priorities. So there's many ways to decipher what those priorities are, but when you guys submit projects to us, there's a priority listed. We try to get all the top priority projects, but most of those, just for context, are projects that already have funding on them or a funding source identified, like a project that has impact fees that are going to go for it. We also have existing transit services. So when we came to the table this go around for updating the project list, there are a few things that come in that you'll see carried throughout the project list. One, the projects that were proposed in RTA next. So should those projects be approved by the voters, they'll carry on in the next 30 years. We want to make sure they're in the plan so they move forward pretty seamlessly. Changes to the ADOT CIP, any new ADOT projects, of course, we put those in. We also work closely with Suntran and with our jurisdiction partners to identify some service expansions for transit services. Those are included. The high capacity transit project, of course, is also included, and then expanded investments in active transportation. Another item that we also include are the RTA categorical spending, so that it's reflected. So if a category is approved, then there's a matching line item in the RMAP to cover that. Okay, so this graphic shows the main categories of projects. So we have our roadway projects, which are modernization and capacity projects. And those range in size from large projects like Cotero Road TI to small projects like maybe a bridge deck improvement or an intersection improvement. We also include bicycle and pedestrian projects, and those run the whole gambit of things like bike boulevards, bike lanes, sidewalks, hawks. Any of those elements would be considered part of the bike and ped portion. And then, of course, there's transit projects. So those include increases to night and weekend service, upgrades to the fleet and facilities, and the high capacity transit projects. So all of those projects come together, and the list has to be constrained at $16.2 billion. So we're talking 30 years, it's a lot of money, $16.2 billion. So when we started the process of doing the list, of putting the list together, everybody brought forth a lot of needs, right? And so there are 240 projects that actually cannot be funded under that fiscal constraint. For context, that's about $28 billion of funding. As Jamie mentioned, he went through all those different funding sources and told you what's eligible, what's ineligible, but really that revenue projection, sticking to that 16.2 is very, very critical. Okay, so back to the finance plan, revenue projections. The main point I wanted to make here is that we updated our methodology for how we do our revenue projections. And the main component to that was we wanted to stick with how ADOT projected revenue for certain funding sources. They have a team of economists that are really great at what they do. So we kept with their methodology. We did project revenue for all the federal, state, and local sources. I do want to point out a peculiarity, and that's the local sources where you see that second to the bottom row there, local budgets. That is just local funds that will be put towards regional projects. So that's just funds that need to come through the RMAP so that they can be programmed in the TIP. That does not represent all the money that every jurisdiction puts towards any transportation project. You guys do your own local projects. Those don't have to be reflected in the in-plan list or in that 16.2 billion. So all you're seeing there is what we anticipate the jurisdiction's contributions to be towards regional projects. So those are projects that you'll see that have impact fees associated with them. And you know, I can answer any questions about that, but we really wanted to hone in on our methodology and make sure that we were working one-on-one with your TPC representative and your RMAP working group individuals to make sure that we accurately reflected that. It gets important when we start talking about our pavement and capital reconstruction. So there is money in the long range plan for roadway rehabilitation that kind of aligns with some of the discussions that were happening at the RTA level. But we are in the document going to we're going to capture what those local pavement investments are, so that we're showing the magnitude of your investments, not just in what we need to put in the RMAP project list, but to show to the public that you guys are doing a lot of work in rehabbing our roads, even though, you know, there's always going to be needs in that category. Okay, so RTA next. RTA next is included. As I did mention, we are assuming that the half-cent sales tax will be collected for the entirety of the plan, so all the way to 2055. And because that assumption is made, all the RTA and RTA next projects have been included in that project list. So, and others, that's not the entirety of the list. There's many other projects that will not receive RTA funding, but they're all listed in there. We wanted to make sure that we cover our bases moving forward. We also included all the RTA categorical spending and the transit project. As I mentioned earlier, the RMAP has to be performance-based. It's just another requirement. It's an element to measure the impacts of the plan on the transportation network and also on air quality. So we have 15 FAST Act performance measures that are required of us to track. And we have 38 RMAP performance measures. And RMAP performance measures are just performance measures that we decided as a region were important to collect in order to see how our roadway is performing, our roadway network is performing. Because of our new modeling techniques, we use what's called an activity-based model. We have a few new baseline performance measures, which we'll be sharing at a later meeting after we can review those with our other committees. But it's important to note that we have new data sets and more advanced ways of measuring performance, which we are utilizing this go around and will continue to do so through the TIP and the next RMAP in 4 years. So taking a look at our timeline, I know this is a little small, but I can answer any questions if you can't read it. But it's important to note that the plan development is a 4-year process. This just shows the last 14 months of the process. The star, which you can see kind of an orange line going up and down there, is where we are right now in the process. Since this group last met in September, we have pushed the timeline out 2 months to accommodate a request that we received from the town of Marana to include the Moore Road TI project. So that goes back to the whole conversation of planning to programming. All the projects need to be in the long-range plan before they can receive funding through the TIP, and the town of Marana anticipates some funding coming in the near future for the Moore Road TI. So if that money comes in, projects on the in-plan list. So to accommodate that request, we did bump out our schedule a little bit to include that project. It's also important to note, I did want to mention that we did have 7 RMAP working group meetings. The RMAP working group consists of your staff that are knowledgeable on the planning process and can contribute information to the development of the plan. We had 11 population and technical subcommittee meetings in the past 2 years that discussed topics of population and land use model inputs. Also, staff members from your agencies. There were 11 TPC meetings that had regular updates in the past, just under the past 2 years. But what I wanted to point out there was that there are elements of the plan that we did bring to the committee to get their approval throughout the process. That way we didn't have to backtrack too much. One being the finance plan, being such a critical element. We wanted to make sure that they understood our new methodology, they understood the outcomes, and that we agreed on that $16.2 billion before we went too far into the process. So in July of 2022 was when we first introduced that methodology. January of 23, they approved the methodology, and then we decided that $16.2 billion fiscally constrained number in August of 2024. Performance measures were also brought through, and we agreed upon which performance measures and which targets we wanted to see moving forward. We did that in August of last year, or I think it was mid-year. I think it was August, but it was last year. And then the project list was approved in August of 2024 as well. And I think that was presented to this committee in September, and it's also been to the management committee. So we have a few months left. This will come back to at your next meeting for a more in-depth update on the components that we're finishing up right now. And we hope to have it in front of this body for approval in July. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. The QR code will take you right to our project website. Of course, you can reach out to Farhad or myself at any time with questions, and happy to give you any information that you need.
Thank you, Janet. I was going to call you Renee.
Jeanette.
Jeanette. Any questions from the regional council members? I do have a question, and it's relating to the additional project added in February 19th of 2025. Was the TPC notified that PAG staff made a change to the project list by adding a Town of Marana project to the in-plan project list?
Madam Chair, yes, I'm happy to answer that question. At the January TPC meeting, Fausto, the Public Works Director of Marana, requested that project be discussed. We requested that the town put in a formal request to Farhad and copy myself so that we could take a look at that. They are pursuing some funding for that project, and so we wanted to make sure that we accommodated that. Because incorporating a project of that magnitude takes time to build into our model, we decided to move forward, include that because of where we were in the modeling phase. We did not take it to TPC in February. We would have lost a whole month. So we made the decision to go forward, include it, and move on with the modeling phase. We're also updating some other pieces of the model, mainly working with the city of Tucson on the redevelopment modules. So the timing worked out okay, but had we waited another month, we wouldn't be able to make it to July to get this approved.
So usually TPC is requested to approve a list of projects, and this one in particular was presented to the TPC February 19th. They were notified. Were they given an opportunity to give input?
It wasn't presented to them in February.
this was presented to the TPC February 19th, correct? I mean, they knew about it. The project was on a list of reserve projects. But it was decided by staff to put it onto the list.
We gave it.
Usually the process is
Yeah.
that TPC gives approval and recommends.
Sure, yeah. So we get approval of the whole project list. We did that last August.
That was correct.
Right.
And Marana project was not part of that list,
There are
correct?
two projects that weren't included. So what they do is they recommend approval of that project list. We brought it to management committee to also verify it. That really triggers the start of our modeling process. So that's what that did. That's what happened. Our modeling team and our GIS team can start pulling all the information together. There were two requests since that time that came in after the fact. We still had budget in that 16.2 to accommodate both of those projects. We didn't have to delete any projects or change any of the dollar amounts in the categories. One being the Phoenix Zoo Road in Saurita that was added, I believe in December we got that request. Because we had capacity and the modeling team had time, we were able to add it. Then I just explained the process for the Moore Road TI. They came in and we added it. There are no requirements that the committees approve the list. We do it. We do take it to them because we make a lot of assumptions based on that list. So, so we did make the decision to move forward.
And the reason I'm bringing this up, nothing against Saurita and Marana, is because the city of Tucson did a similar request for an amendment to the existing RMAP. And at the time that we requested, this was last year in 2024, the executive director and PAG staff made the decision to oppose and added roadblocks to the city of Tucson adding a project to the RMAP. That was our high capacity transit. We were trying to apply for federal funds. As you may recall, those that sat here for that conversation, it's been brought to my attention from our member, Sam Credio, that sits in the Transportation Planning Committee, that members were informed that an additional project was added to RMAP into the in-plan project list at the request of the town of Marana, resulting in a 2-month delay to complete the RMAP update. When the TPC approved the project list in August of 2024, this project was on the reserve project list. The item was presented to the TPC in February of 2025 as informational only with no opportunity to take action. And these types of actions by staff at the PAG concern me deeply because there is at least a perceived lack of transparency, a lack of collaboration with all jurisdictions in PAG, and the appearance of favoritism towards certain jurisdictions over others. And these types of actions undermine the PAG trust from the regional council members and from the public. And as I said, tinge our process with at least what people view as favoritism. So hopefully our mission to address regional issues cooperatively is something that we keep in mind. Again, this is not anything against Aguarita or Marana. It just seems to the city of Tucson that there is favoritism being played. And when the city of Tucson is being told you have to follow a process, get back in line, and we lose an opportunity to apply for millions of dollars in federal grants, these types of actions really fail the transparency test. And that's a statement, not a question. I'm not asking you to say anything about it. Supervisor Grijalva.
I'm wondering how we got into the situation. Why wasn't the RMAP and the air conformity updated in a time frame that keeps all the documents in good standing?
Right, if I may, Madam.
Because it
Chair.
is impacting one of Pima County's,
Yeah,
and specifically in my district, a Valencia Road project that has huge impacts.
yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Grijalva, the combination of things. As Jeanette mentioned, RTA Next is a subset of the RMAP. And the RTA board, during RTA board discussions, and we can discuss it further, had delayed approval of the RTA Next plan several times. At the beginning of the RMAP process, we tried to make sure that the schedule is consistent. So once RTA Next is finalized, we can add that to the RMAP and have the RMAP finalized. Because of those multiple delays on the RTA Next, at some point, we recognize that we may need to just go ahead and have RMAP proceed on its own. So that's the reason for several delays in finalizing the RMAP. Having said that, multiple concerns, obviously, especially the one that you're just talking about, because of the federal executive orders that came out, there are some other factors that are playing into those raised grants. I am not as concerned about that. I think that will be reviewed and we'll have a determination by the federal agencies. But there are really several factors that are playing into that at this point. But we're confident. RMAP is a long-range plan. We update it as frequently as needed every 4 years. We can always get the priorities into the plan, and that's not a concern at all. I don't think we're at risk of losing any federal funding unless that decision is made by the feds, not at this level.
Okay, so just to follow up, right now our region is currently in a transportation conformity lapse.
Correct.
Like grace period, right? So this limits the region's ability to amend the TIP, which I think that's one of the biggest concerns that we have is, this is delaying a lot of new projects and a lot of access to funding that was this body aware on the implications of the delay, like what the delays, what the ripple effect was of the delays?
So again, the delays for the TIP amendment purposes, we've had updated our TIP just recently. The TIP was adopted back in October. So everything that needed to be updated have been and should have been updated in that document. So again, some of this is relatively new and I don't want to make assumptions, but I think federal agencies are being cautious and they're not communicating to us some of their concerns until they know for sure how they're going to address it. But to our knowledge, it's not impacting anything. Any project that's in the TIP can continue to move forward as written in the TIP. I'm not concerned that anything's at risk at this point.
Okay, and I do want to share Mayor Romero's concerns that the additional new projects and what that were added after the deadline for projects, what that looks like to the community at large. I think it's important.
Comment on that too.
Absolutely.
Again, that was discussed at the TPC at the request of both Sarita and Morana. They made a request at the committee level. There was capacity within the fiscal constraint. From our perspective, because we're doing the modeling and we're doing the data analysis, there was no impact at all to anyone. So obviously we want to honor their request, plug it in and move forward. So I don't believe there was any concerns. If anybody had any concerns, they would have brought that up at the TPC meeting as well. From our perspective, what we're trying to do is to accommodate everybody's request. And if there's a window of opportunity to do it, that's why we decided to do that.
And I think that in the future, if there's capacity in that way, that it should be made available to the entire region so everyone is aware that there's an opportunity to do that. And my impression was that while you could accommodate those, there's seemingly other projects that potentially we didn't know that we could put in more projects, that there wasn't an opportunity to do that. And so I think that that is important, like that the outreach there
Madam Chair.
regionally is important.
I can address that. Okay, so because it's a 4-year process, it takes a lot of time. We have to start different things in a domino effect. So there's no real hard and fast deadline for the project list. We always leave a little bit of capacity. And that capacity is for several different reasons. One, to accommodate these types of requests. Also, if we were to get a bid on a project that comes in and it's way higher than what we had, we can accommodate that. So we do leave a little cushion just to accommodate these things, changing cost estimates, changing bids, a project that comes up where there's funding available, there's going to be funding there. We do our best to accommodate everybody in that. We don't open those last thousands of dollars for general additions because we worked really closely with the committees for specifically the past 2 years to make sure all your priorities are on there. I can say with confidence that all your priorities are on there. All your RTA conversation priorities, they're on there. We created categorical descriptions to accommodate every type of project that you guys have done or plan on doing. So I can say that at the committee level with the RMAP working groups and with the TPC, we've done our best for the 5.5 years I've been doing this, but specifically over the past year to make sure everything is in there and everything is covered. So it just happens to be that these 2 jurisdictions had projects, they came in, we had cushion and we moved forward. And that really does benefit the entire region because now we don't have to come back when they do receive the funding and update it. So should the town of Marana receive their funding for more road TI, we would be back here a year from now having a conversation on how do we update our finance plan? How do we update our modeling? What other projects, have to move around? We have to open up the whole can of worms. But where we are right now in the process is we can foresee that money coming, we're going to include it. So if there's any other questions about, that process, I'm happy to answer them. I think Farhad has.
Yeah, if I may add, Madam Chair, Supervisor Grijalva. So the request was sent out to all managers. There was a memo from Jeanette identifying that we have a need to ensure any project that's going to rely on federal funding to make sure that it's going to end up in this document. And that's when we heard from Marana that here's a project that potentially is going to come in and needs to be in the plan. So I think all managers were aware of that. The memo came following a management committee meeting because we had that discussion in the management committee as well.
If I may, I think that where the frustration lies is that there was no opportunity to discuss this at a committee of TPC and representatives of the city of Tucson. And Pima County expressed frustration at the lack of transparency and collaboration. And so basically, some jurisdictions have been told, no, you have to wait, you have to go through the process, it takes time, you have to present certain environmental elements, you've got to present X, Y, and Z, while other jurisdictions can just slide in there. Good, I'm glad there's capacity to be able to do that. I am not privy of any communication with our representative at the TPC about asking other jurisdictions to present their needs. We don't want to be get in the way of Marana and Sahuarita to prepare themselves for possible federal grants, but that accommodation was not given to the city of Tucson when we requested it. And when there were millions and millions of dollars that we could have gone out to get from the federal government. So there's just frustration and lack of transparency and collaboration that TPC members were not given. This was presented to them in February, basically saying we're just going to put them in there. And so that, I believe, is the frustration that we're hearing both from Pima County and City of Tucson TPC members. Any other questions, comments, input? Mayor Valenzuela.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very new to this, and I want to know what the difference between the capacity projects versus the modernization projects are.
Sure. That's a very good question, Madam Chair, if I may. Yeah, so there's several different types of roadway projects. A capacity project would be something that would add capacity for additional trips. So a road widening, additional lanes, a larger intersection, something like that, that would make the road be able to accommodate more trips. A modernization project is something where we're essentially adding an amenity. So there might be a road that doesn't have a bike lane or doesn't have a sidewalk, or it needs new signal technology. Those would fall under modernization projects. So you'll see a variety of both of those types of projects in the plan. But yeah, it's split. So there's a whole variety of different projects.
And I also heard you mention about a performance metric.
Mhm.
When are those done? And I recently read an article that the city of Tucson is probably among the deadliest cities for pedestrian safety. Is there a metric that measures that in our performance review?
Yes, Madam Chair. There are several metrics that address safety. Safety performance is measured at the state level and at our level during the RMAP process. What can I say about, what was the first part of your question that you said?
The performance metric, when is it done?
Oh, when is it done? Okay, so we're in the process of doing that right now. So we have the project list that's solidified. We have a modeling team that's running a model that's going through those performance measures, and we're trying to show the outcomes, what we anticipate them being in 2055. So we have our baseline performance and we know how we're performing right now. And what our modeling team is doing is they're taking those new projects and those new investments and determining what that performance will be in 2055. So hopefully at our next meeting here with this board, we can share some of those outcomes with you.
Does that include the impact of transit? Okay, and the safety measures, or is that a separate category?
There's 15 measures that we have to do per the federal requirements, and then there's 38 measures that we do just because we collectively thought it was a good idea. We're also looking at some new measures that we'll be bringing forward on how we utilize some of those new data sets that we have. Safety, not positive there's safety for transit as a performance measure. I don't believe so. There's transit performance measures where we're looking at on-time departures and things like that. And then safety as a general category.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Studying.
No, anytime.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other questions, comments on this item? And this item is for informational purposes only, so we don't need any motions. Thank you so much, Janet, or Jeanette. Sorry about that. Item 14, agreement renewal.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Chair?
Yes, I just wanted to, Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask if I could be excused. I will continue on virtual. It's just that I have other pressing matters that I got to attend to right now. So if I can be excused.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. And we will make sure that you are connected and that we could see whenever you hold your hand up for discussion. Thank you, Chairman Hernandez. Thank you for joining us today. Alrighty. So we move on to item 14, agreement renewal for transportation RPA youth program. Mr. Mogimi.
Madam Chair, Lance is going to give you a quick update on that.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Regional Council. I'm Lance Peterson, Project Implementation Administrator here at PAG. And today I'm pleased to be with you to bring an updated agreement between our local jurisdictions and our Transportation Art by Youth program. So this program has been around since 1995 and provides an opportunity for our local jurisdictions to partner with artists and youth to create artwork to be displayed along local roadways that have a functional classification of minor arterial or larger. Under the program, each PERF eligible jurisdiction can be awarded up to $25,000 per year. And they have an opportunity to combine up to 3 years for a total of $75,000 as a maximum over a 3-year period. Our previous agreement expired in December, so we're bringing this new agreement to you, which would be good for another 5 years. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Mayor Murphy.
Madam Chair, no, just, it's been an exciting program for our town. I'm not sure about the other towns, but because we were able to cobble together a couple of the years, the salary to sign that was put up was through this program. So having the youth in the summer, especially using their skills has been a wonderful addition to our town. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mayor Valenzuela.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I believe that the city of South Tucson did not apply on time this year. But my understanding is that it rolls over. So if we didn't make the deadline, we can use up the 125 at the end of the.
So
Sorry.
Madam Chair, Mayor, if I may. So yeah, we do have a 3-year rollover, so you can bank up to $75,000 if you want to apply for a larger project.
Okay, not one.
75, yeah.
Okay. And can you briefly tell me what those requirements are? I think the reason why we did not apply on time is because we have Las Artes in the city of South Tucson with students. They do street art, but they haven't had the funding to continue the programs. Is there any reason why that wouldn't qualify?
Madam Mayor, first off, South Tucson did make the deadline, so we're expecting their presentation at the March TPC for approval on your project.
Thank you. I was misinformed. Thank you.
So, but with regards to, I don't know the Los Altos, but we do have in the new agreement, one of the changes was really stipulating it's a youth program. And I believe that Los Altos, the age limit goes well above youth. So we try to cap it at 19 as the maximum, and the lower level needs to be Arizona state and federal labor law requirements, meet those requirements.
Mayor Romero.
Supervisor.
Los Artes is a program for up to 21. And so I think that because it still qualifies as an education program, it should qualify. I mean, you can't be over 21. It's up to in order to be able to access services. So I think that we may have to look at how they're classifying youth programs because it's an education program too. And perhaps what they can do, and Los Artes is, county program, even though it's in the city of Tucson. And so you may be, or city of South Tucson, so you may be able to apply for different funding separate from some of the other programs. Yeah, and I think.
If I may clarify,
Ms.
Supervisor
Gomez.
Grijalva. So our program essentially says you select students as long as they're within this criteria. So anybody's eligible to apply, but they have to have students under 19.
Right.
All righty, any other questions, comments? Thank you.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve?
Oh,
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. And we are going to move on to adjournment. But I would like to request the chair of the RTA give us 5 minutes before we start the RTA meeting.
he may say
Madam
no.
Chair, you read my mind. Let's.
Okay, great. Excellent. So item 15, that's adjournment. Thank you all.
Just want to check Chairman Jose, are you still on the line?
He's showing that he's online,
Okay,
but
what-
he hasn't indicated.
What about Chairman Hernandez? Is he?
Don't see.
I'm here.
All right, there it is. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you both. All right, at this point, I would like to call the RTA meeting for March 3rd to order. First item on the agenda is the election of officers. Mr. Mogimi, can you lay down what the slate that we are presenting to move forward is?
Having the current vice chair, move up to chair, that's Mayor Murphy. I'm sorry. that's
Mr.
Mayor-
Mogimi, I don't believe your microphone's on.
I'm sorry.
Get this right.
I know it. I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, members of the board, the slate of officers are the current vice chair, that is Mayor Winfield, to move into the chair position, the current second vice chair, Mayor Tom Murphy, move up to the vice chair, and the incoming second vice chair Supervisor Grijalva.
May I make a motion to proceed, or is there?
Mayor Romero, I'd love to hear a motion to proceed.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the names in the slate.
Second?
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I heard you say aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, knowing that, it carries unanimously. Mayor Winfield, congratulations, you are the chair.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Thank you, colleagues on the board. We'll go to the, I believe as part of this item, Mr. Mogimi, we have a presentation to make.
Just, yes, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, just want to present a gift and thank Mr. Maxwell for his service.
So much. I think we can all agree as a board that Ted or General Maxwell, Mr. Maxwell has served in a stellar fashion. And I appreciate his dedication to this effort and his leadership over the past year. Also want to just briefly, I know we've recognized Mayor Honey, but I'd be remiss if I didn't publicly acknowledge his service on this board, his leadership since its inception, as each of us have felt and expressed. He was a wonderful colleague. He certainly represented his community, the town of Marana, exceptionally, and really our region. I appreciate so much his example, his leadership, and most importantly, his friendship. With that, we'll go to item 3. It is an overview of the Regional Transportation Authority, RTA mission, statutory responsibilities. Similar to what was presented at the Pima Association of Governments, we have a number of new members, and this was an item that was requested by them. So Mr. Mogimi, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Both Rick and I are available to answer any questions you may have as well, but we have a brief presentation that Rick's gonna give you, and please feel free to pause and ask questions at any time.
Fantastic. Perfect segue on that. Thank you. My colleague, Jamie Brown, had given the overview on the PAG, so I wanted to follow up and give a similar one on the RTA, just to try and give a bit of a crash course and catch everybody up. Essentially, the original statutes that govern the RTA actually go all the way back to the 1980s. So there's quite a bit, there's been a lengthy time frame that this has been a topic of conversation or been in the mix. It's critical to know that the governing legislation that originally was put in place varies across the different entities out there, primarily due to the different sizes of the population out there. So there's different requirements that there will be in MAG or other parts of the state that vary from what we have down here at PAG. The necessity to have a regional approach was highlighted in the early 2000s, due in part to some of the unsuccessful attempts that had taken place in the 80s and then again in the early 2000s, despite the fact that we had had approval of the county's bond package in 1997. We'd still had some that weren't as successful at the ballot that we had envisioned. When the legislation was updated in 2004, there were two critical elements that had to be incorporated: the development of the 20-year plan and the accompanying half-cent sales tax to fund it. It's important to know that the tax portion was later amended to provide authorization all the way up to a full penny, but that was contingent upon voter approval. The enabling legislation also included key responsibilities of the board, including some of the highlighted items below: establishing plan priorities and facilitating the distribution of the funds, responsibility to oversee the implementation of the various plan elements, the requirement to produce a 5-year program that is consistent with the voter-approved plan and identifies the various projects and improvements, the funding amounts, the sources, and who will serve as the lead jurisdiction. The overall development efforts of the plan started with the formation of the board in 2004. Following that, efforts were initiated to develop the draft plan, including projects being identified by the jurisdiction. So they were already thinking, there was already efforts underway to start bringing forth candidate projects for consideration. This was enhanced by a collaborative and iterative effort involving the Citizens Advisory Committee that was in existence on the current RTA plan, along with the Technical Management Committee, which was also established. Draft plan was shared extensively with the public through multiple forums in order to ensure appropriate education and familiarity, and also facilitate the collection of feedback that could be shared with the two committees as well as with the board. Plan development also incorporated many of the lessons learned from previous efforts, including the need for sufficient detail, specificity, particularly when it comes to the named roadway projects, which was necessary to enhance the voter confidence and make sure the public had a clear understanding of what type of improvements they were going to get. The need for a diverse committee structure that will ensure greater transparency, increasing the plan diversity through a selection of projects that would provide very broad range of improvements across multiple users. So it wasn't going to be targeted at one particular transportation function or use. It was going to be widespread to hit all the major modes, also including the environmental component as well. And lastly, there was active engagement of the potential or known opposition, along with the media, to make sure, hey, do we have the proper information, proper education, and can we build allies where necessary? In support of the plan, the board at that time signed an accountability pledge that outlined a commitment to do the following: using regional adopted strategies for overall consistency. So making sure that the plan as it went forward and the improvements would look similar from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, and it would have a regional feel, not a jurisdictional taste or touch. Ensure that the allocation of funding was in accordance with the ballot as approved by the voters. Provide progress reports and status updates on at least an annual basis, and establish a Citizens Oversight Committee. To help guide the overall implementation, the board adopted an administrative code in 2006, which provided all the key details and all the key aspects necessary for overall implementation. It included key provisions such as the roles and responsibility of the Citizen Oversight Committee, which became CART, Citizens for Accountability in Regional Transportation. The process involved for corridor planning. So several of these projects were very long, lengthy, 8-10 mile long corridors. So how are we going to tackle that so it's done in a uniform, consistent, and holistic manner? Policies, objectives, and procedures that would then help facilitate the project development, and identification of lead jurisdictions and requirements for developing the accompanying IGA documents to ensure compliance with all the laws, policies, and conformance with the plan. The code also outlined, specific for the projects, key features and elements that were necessary and that would be included. Project budgets, especially local contributions. The ballot contained portions for non-RTA revenue that had been highlighted during the development process. And so that was highlighted, captured in the administrative code, which includes the amount, the sources, and the jurisdiction responsible for it. And then lastly, guidance for the eligible improvements that would fall into what we call the categoricals, or particularly the safety and environmental and economic vitality elements, so that we'd have proper guidance on what would be considered eligible, what the appropriate improvements could be, and what would be considered not eligible for that type of funding. So the development of the POPs, or the policies, objectives and procedures, that was done through a working group of jurisdictional representatives. And the whole task with that effort was to ensure that there was consistency and improvements across the region. Didn't want to have people traversing the region, going across the area, jurisdiction to jurisdiction, and have significant differences standing out and going, well, wait a sec, now I'm in this jurisdiction, or now I'm in this jurisdiction. It was a regional plan. It was meant to carry that regional feel to it throughout everything. And so how it came about is some of the key provisions then include a reinforced commitment at all levels to deliver the project in accordance with the voter-approved plan. So a strict attention to what's been stated to the public, to provide the framework for authorizations, invoices, reimbursements, communication. So all the logistic details that all of us and our staff go through on a regular basis, it had all the details surrounding that. It also served as a tool for guiding project delivery by clarifying the roles and responsibilities of all the committees that are associated with the development and delivery, as well as identifying the requirements for project amenities such as landscaping, art, the utility aspects, etc. Once again, making sure that everybody's playing by the same set of rules on a level playing field and operating in a similar manner. There was a recognition and a desire to allow all the project delivery procedures that are utilized by each jurisdiction remain in place. Those are critical. Jurisdictions have protocol that work with respect to their mayor, council, elected entities, and other departments within those particular organizations. There was no desire to disrupt that or cause an impediment to that, but rather to give the consistency and uniformity and the sameness, if you will, to the product that the typical residents and citizens would enjoy and benefit through. Lastly, there were items associated with the performance audit, and that was a key requirement as well. An audit was required at year 10, so we highlighted the calendar years in here, and then each 5th year afterwards, so at years 15 and years 20. The objective is to assess the overall delivery performance, as well as ensure that all the compliance requirements are being met. So are we producing this in the right way? And are we still meeting with what was intended by the legislation, as well as what was committed to on the ballot? The first audit focused on the first 10-year period, with recommendations then that would be applied to years 11 through 15. And the second audit was performed at year 15 with recommendations identified for years 16 through 20. That's the one we're operating off of now, having recently come out of that. It's critically important to note that neither audit has generated any findings or deficiencies, but rather recommended enhancements. So we've been incorporating those, implementing those, and they're considered best practices that we've been utilizing and relying on. And lastly, it's also important to know that the results have been acknowledged in a signed letter from the chair of the Joint Audit Committee lauding the performance of the RTA and its delivery track record. And with that, that concludes my short presentation. And myself or Mr. Mogimi can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I was just noting being on a long time and reading these different audits and the recommended enhancements. Have the new members been provided like a synopsis of those audits? If not, I think it would be very helpful if maybe those could be provided so you could have as much information on the history as possible.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy would be happy to follow up with an email and provide the link to the audits. They're all on our website as well, but we'll follow up with an email.
Thanks.
Other questions, comments for Mr. Ellis, Mr. Mogimi? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you very much.
Presentation.
Mr. Chair, not a question, but mostly I'd like to request a future agenda item for a presentation on the roles and responsibilities of the various RTA committees and who their respective members are. Just like I did with PAG, I think it's an important conversation to have at RTA as well.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We'll have that added. I will go to call to audience. Mr. Ledford, we have some individuals to speak.
We do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speakers are limited to a 3-minute oral presentation and may submit written comments of any length for the board's files. Call to the audience is limited to 30 minutes. Individual board members may respond to criticism made by those individuals who have addressed the board. However, the board will not discuss or take action on a matter raised during a call to the audience that is not already on the agenda. If it pleases the board, we'll just go in the order that we received these requests, and that will start with a call-in, and then we will go to Dr. Denise Bowles, and then JJ Lamb, and then Kate Hutton. Thank you, caller. You are on live with the RTA board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. All right, I'll give you a quick set of instructions. Please start your comment by stating your name for the record. After that, you will have 3 minutes to address the RTA board. At the 2-minute mark, I will politely cut in and request that you wrap up your comments. You may now proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the RTA board. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Alan Yalen. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief with Rincon Valley Fire District. I'm speaking on behalf of Jim Tucker, who is the Fire Chief, or it's Rincon Valley Fire Chief. Our district is in the Greater Vale, one of the fastest growing areas in Pima County, as confirmed by the Pima Association of Government. Your 2023 to 2060 CDP population projections document this. Despite acknowledging our growth, the Southwest infrastructure is not keeping pace. I'm here to emphasize the critical need to accelerate the Colossal Cave Road widening project in the RTA next and to the first and second funding periods rather than waiting until 2036. In addition, Marianne Cleveland Way should be widened from Houghton to Colossal Cave Road and not end at the city limits, creating another bottleneck. The problem, traffic in the southwest, traffic congestion in the southeast and the railroad crossing are significantly increasing our emergency response time. Every minute counts in an emergency, whether it's a structure fire, cardiac arrest, or serious vehicle collision. Despite having a fire station on each side of the track, we had to cross the railroad tracks for an emergency over 300 times last year and were delayed about half of the time. The urgency. Population growth in the Greater Vale area is outpacing infrastructure improvement. Our fire district has an average of 540 new housing permits each year for the past 4 years. With more residents, businesses, and schools, the demand for emergency services is increasing. In 2024, we ran over 3,000 calls and provided 1,100 ambulance transports. Over 50 of those transports are defined as falling in an at-risk population demographic. The current project timeline means we're waiting over a decade to fix life safety issues.
Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt. You are at 2 minutes. Please wrap up your thoughts.
Okay. The current project timelines, we're waiting over a decade to fix the life safety issues. We simply cannot afford to wait that longer. The railroad grade separating railroad crossing at Colossal Cave Road is projected that will actually save someone's life. The solution, moving Colossal Cave Road project to the first and second periods, will ensure that our firefighters have reliable, effective access for a growing community. Widening the road and adding grade separation over the railroad tracks will save lives. The residents of southeastern Pima County deserve emergency response without delay. I urge the board to take decisive action to move this project forward and not wait until 2036. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right. Thank you, caller. All right. Our next speaker up is Dr. Denise Bowles.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Pima Association of Governments and the Regional Transportation Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am here to introduce myself and respectfully request the opportunity to continue to be a part of the regional transportation dialogue. My name is Dr. Denise Bowles, and in November of 2024, I was privileged to accept the position of President and CEO of the Greater Vale Area Chamber of Commerce, an organization that is committed to serving the Southeast geographic areas within the city of Tucson and Pima County. As you're aware, many of our region's significant employers and tourist destinations are in the Southeast, and some of the census designated places in the Southeast had the greatest growth rates in our region in the last 20 years. These trends are projected to continue. The development of state lands within the southeast city of Tucson along the Houghton corridor on both sides of the I-10 is expected and may in the next few years continue to grow. For those of you that may not be familiar with the Southeast, as other parts of our region, I invite you to contact me, and I would appreciate the opportunity for you to experience the Southeast and as those of us that live, work, and play here each day. My request today is brief. First, please consider the Greater Vail Chamber of Commerce a collaborative partner with you in the regional planning. We want to contribute to the regional dialogue. As an unincorporated area, it is incumbent on individual leaders to create an inclusive environment and one where diversity of opinions and perspectives can be shared. I know our regional transportation improvement needs exceed our resources. This creates a shared challenge, and I look forward to being a part of the solution-oriented process. I respectfully request that the existing roadways in our region, Southeast, be included in Regional Mobility and Accessibility Plan.
Apologies. That's 2 minutes.
Oh, is it?
Oh, that's 2 minutes. You still have a minute remaining.
Oh, okay, sorry. Overall, my main point is please recognize the regional significance of investing in roadway capacity expansions and roadway adequacies for safety and basic circulation of goods, services, and population. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today, and thank you for your community service, not just to your respective constituents, but to our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bowles. Next up, we have JJ Lamb. I'll just remind you, please start your comment by stating your name for the record, and then I'll let you know in 2 minutes has elapsed.
Okay, thank you. Chair Winfield and board members, I'm JJ Lamb, President and CEO of the Vail Preservation Society that serves the Southeast region. Thank you for providing the opportunity to address you today. Like so many of you, we in the Southeast region care deeply about transportation, safety, and our local heritage. As currently written, project number 14, Colossal Cave Road, I-10 to Camino Loma Alta, widened to a 4-lane divided roadway with bicycle, pedestrian, drainage improvements, and grade-separated bridge over the railroad tracks will irreparably impact and likely erase Vail's sole remaining historic buildings and the significant heritage that they represent. Increasing safety for our at-risk populations while preserving our heritage and safe, unobstructed access to Old Vail Middle School and Acacia Elementary are our top priorities. There is an alternative route for the grade divided roadway and bridge that we do need over the 2 sets of railroad tracks. We recommend the following amendments to Project 14. Change description to vicinity of Colossal Cave roadway to allow for the right-of-way to occur on a new alignment to prevent damage to the historic buildings while creating the safety for an at-risk population that we need. Identify a new alignment, and there is one, for Colossal Cave Road and secure it in the first phase. And keep historic Colossal Cave Road in its current location. The unique character of every community is defined by its historic buildings, its landscape and culture. Time and development policies and practices have erased every trace of Vail's historic built environment, except for the 1908 Old Vail Post Office and the 1935 Shrine of Santa Rita in the desert. These buildings, located at Vail's original founding site and across the street from each other between the railroad tracks, are a testament to Vail's railroad, ranching, and Mexican-American heritage.
I apologize. You're at 2 minutes.
Okay. For most of Greater Vail area's history, about 2/3 of the residents were Mexican-American. These 2 historic National Register listed sites served the residents of about a 400 square mile area and reflect the hard work and craftsmanship of many of our Mexican-American community members who helped to build them. The Old Vail Post Office and Shrine of Santa Rita in the desert are our last visible reminders that preserve and share the stories and memories related to those who founded and invested their lives to establish the Vail that we love today. We can have safety and preserve our heritage at the same time. Thank you so much. Oh, and if you look on the back of the new brochure put together by the Southeast Transportation Advocates, down here is a picture of the Shrine of Santa Rita in the desert. And those are some students that are reminding us that this place matters.
Thank you very much for your comment. We will move on to Kate Hutton.
Hi there, my name is Kate Houghton, and I'm the co-executive director for the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection, and I'm authorized to speak on their behalf this afternoon. Thank you for your undivided attention. As we speak this afternoon, I am here today to urge this board to reinstate the $50 million budget for the environmental element or wildlife linkages as part of your agenda item 11. Since your last meeting, nearly 150 members of the public, far more than for any other element, have responded to your survey or submitted comments in support of this project and adequate funding for it. Some of them first contacted us to better understand how to best act on this issue, and we did point them towards your survey and your open houses. As background, and as some of you know, the RTA plan's full $45 million budget for wildlife linkages was not realized. The work that was realized is nationally recognized for its excellence. We should all be very proud. That includes the wildlife bridge on SR 77 in Oro Valley. As you know, several of the other key wildlife linkage projects identified by the RTA plans committees are yet to be funded and realized. As you also know, we spent nearly 6 years inputting on the Citizens Advisory Committee, which agreed to a $50 million budget for RTA Next. And since the RTA plan, we've seen federal funding that's become increasingly available for wildlife linkage projects. But as you know, only where there is local funding, right? So this is an area in which our region can continue to excel and continue to be proud, or we can be left far behind, quite frankly. And I remind you that this is not simply an environmental issue, but it is also a safety issue for our motorists here. Thank you for your careful consideration of this issue.
Thank you, Speaker Houghton. Mr. Chair, at this time, we have no more callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ledford. So we'll close call to audience. I want to acknowledge those who've taken the time and effort to come and speak to the board, whether in person or virtually. So thank you. The next item of business is the meeting summary approvals. The board will be asked to approve meeting summaries for the September 5th, 2024 and September 26th, 2024 meetings. The first was a special meeting. The second was a regular meeting. Would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mayor Murphy, seconded by Mayor Romero. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it unanimously. We'll go to item 6. This is in regards to this is also an action item. Being asked to approve the 2025 RTA board meeting schedule. This is tied to the previous discussion in the PAG meeting. Open it up to a motion. Mr. Maxwell.
So move.
Second.
Okay, discussion. Mr. Maxwell.
I'd also at this time like to now offer amendment to my own motion. If I thought that through, I might not have made the initial motion. But for the April meeting, which we've got right now listed as a special meeting as needed, we know the timeline to get to November's rapidly disappearing. We may not be able to make that. We may more likely go to May. But what I'd ask to do is to change that April date to actually list Thursday, April 24th, 2025. I know it may not work necessarily for everybody, but that way we've got a date. We've committed to having a meeting because we're going to need one to continue to work not only RTA Next, but the RTA 1 discussions. So I'd feel more comfortable approving something that said we're going to have a meeting in April, and then we can leave it up to the executive director and the staff to coordinate with us on what if those dates don't work out, because we're going to have to all go back and look at all these dates anyway. So I'd like to propose that as an amendment to my initial motion.
So adding April 24th specifically. Mayor Romero, did you have?
No,
Comment?
I
Just
absolutely
acknowledge.
100% agree with the sentiment.
And I was just reminded, we have a,
Murphy?
sorry, Mr. Chair, budget retreat on the 23rd and 24th. So I'm not sure if the second day will go all day, but I would do my best to get here. For there. It all depends on how that.
Looking at your
Yeah,
staff. they're
how
not
the
giving you a
debate
response.
goes on our budget retreat, but that I do have that scheduled already, but we can discuss it more, but.
So Mr. McGimmy, I have a question. Mr. Maxwell made reference to the November ballot that we're working towards. Can you or a member of staff, can you give us an idea of what that schedule looks like to meet that goal of November?
Sure, I'd be happy to, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As you recall, when the board decided to target November of 2025, we did outline the 6-month requirement. So 6 months prior to the November, I believe it's November 4th of 2025, the Pima County Board of Supervisors would have to act to put that item on the county ballot. So that brings us back to May of 2025 to be able to have Board of Supervisors act on any plan that this board wishes to move forward.
Okay. So it seems to me that April meeting is really critical.
It is great. Got feedback, you know. Yes, Chair. Mr. Chair, if you do plan to go to the November meeting, we do have to have that meeting.
Supervisor.
Thank you, Chair Winfield. I also may have a conflict. It is the Tucson International Mariachi Conference, and it is like big in our house. So I will we'll try to figure it out. But you know, Mayor Romero may also have a potential conflict because our children are playing in the same mariachi. So
Maxwell.
Yeah, I'm willing to change that to any date. The point
Yeah,
being.
to have a date.
We
Meeting in
know we
April.
need to have a meeting.
I agree.
in
Yeah.
April. I do have a follow-up question, Mr. Mogimi. I know we target 6 months because that has a lot to do with campaign and everything else. The reality is, what is the latest date that the Board of Supervisors can actually authorize a ballot initiative? Because my understanding it was 120, is it not?
Both Thomas and I checked, it's 6 months.
Six months is our requirement. So that means even if we were going to go next May, we'd have to do it in November then. So it's coming up fast. So I really think we need to have, for now, Mr. Chair, I'd request April.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, if you were to remove the 24th, I think that's what you added, maybe have a must meeting in April, as opposed to as needed, that would help, you know, give direction to the staff and then make sure that we find a date that's good for all of us.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, we'll adjust it as ever we need it to be so that we have a mandatory meeting in April that's
That
up
would
for
be
the
right. Mhm.
executive director to coordinate.
So you amend the motion to remove the 24th. We'll have a meeting in April to be determined. You're okay?
I am okay with that.
Second?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Again, Mr. Chair, members of the board will do the same, coordinate and make sure that everybody is available and follow up with you on what date that would be.
Any more discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. We'll go to item 7, which are consent agendas, or consent items, excuse me. Mr. Mogimi, this is an information item.
Yeah, again, Mr. Chair, members of the board, just for information only, and if there's ever any contracts under 50,000, we'll bring it to you just for information on regular basis.
Any questions for Mr. Mogimi? Seeing none, we'll move to item 8, approval of intergovernmental agreements. Mr. Ellis will present this item.
Very briefly on that, your package of materials included 5 intergovernmental agreements that we have, all with the city of Tucson. The first 3 are related to transit. The first one is associated with a grant that's going to be for new replacement vehicles. The city's already secured this. The RTA funds are the matching amount, and pretty much everything's ready to go on this. The second one is for the regional transit services and the companion piece to that for fixed route transit. These are the annual renewals with the updated information that's brought forth to this group every year. The fourth IGA deals with the 22nd Street project from Camino Seco to Houghton. This is the first amendment to this IGA to authorize $2 million to begin right-of-way acquisition efforts. They've just reached the 30% milestone, and advancing this activity will allow them to expedite and maintain the delivery schedule they currently have in place. And then the last one is for the 22nd Street Bridge project. This basically authorizes all the funds that have been programmed in the TIP, as you've heard reference to earlier, and essentially allocates all the remaining design funds, right-of-way funds, and construction funds so this project can proceed to advertisement. The city of Tucson has acted on all 5 of these, approved these, so now we're bringing them to you for your final approval. And with that, I can take any questions.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the IGAs in the report.
Second. Thank you. Seconded by Mayor Murphy. Any discussion?
I just want to know by my town manager, how come Tucson's the only one working and getting anything done? Teasing.
Okay. Seeing no more discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it unanimously. We'll go to item 10. Thank you, Mr. Ellis. For item 9, excuse me. Item 9 of the agenda is the Arizona Department of Transportation, Public Transportation Agency Safety Plan. Dr. Jeremiah will be presenting this item. Dr. Jeremiah.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I am Dr. Falana A. Jeremiah. Today, I'll be discussing the PTASP, which is the updated Public Transportation Agency Safety Plan for 2025. That's required by the FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, for transit agencies that receive FTA 5307 Urbanized Area Formula Grants. The FTA requires that this plan is reviewed and approved on an annual basis by both the Transit Safety Committee, which is made up of equal parts of managerial and frontline working staff who operate the Sun Shuttle services, and the RTA board. This year's plan was reviewed and approved by the Transit Safety Committee on December 17, 2024. Several changes were made from the previous year's plans that were approved by the RTA board on January 25th of 2024. There were 9 overall changes. The first updated the chief safety officer as myself. 2 updated the requirement definitions. 3 updated the requirement 3 with verbiage on the risk reduction program to reduce assaults on transit workers. 4 updated element 1, updated the safety committee cooperation policy. Number 5 updated element 4, the managerial information of We Drive You. Number 6 updated appendix B route and schedule maps. Number 7 updated appendix D with the PAG organizational chart. Number 8 updated the appendix G PTASP provision log with necessary changes. And number 9 updated 2024 to 2025 on the cover page and the header information. FTA guidelines required the general directive on regulating assaults on transit safety workers for this year's PTASP. RTA staff made minor edits to the PTASP that were approved in 2024 for this year's PTASP. And the purpose of the PTASP document is to establish and document safety policies and procedures in compliance with federal rules, establish a coordinated and documented process, and implement to the PTASP during the operations of the system in order to achieve safety goals, identify and delegate safety functions and responsibilities to units and personnel within the organization and contract service providers, as well as to facilitate internal and external safety audits to identify, track, and resolve safety program deficiencies. And the approval of this PTASP was from both the Transit Safety Committee and the RTA Guide, Transit Operations to follow safety policies and procedures set in place by the federal government. Once approved by the RTA board, the plan will be submitted to ADOT for final review and certification. With that, I would like to request the RTA board to approve the RTA's Public Transportation Agency Plan, Safety Plan for 2025. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jeremiah. Appreciate your presentation. Entertain a motion. So moved. Second by Mayor Romero. Any questions, discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Passes unanimously. We'll go to, thank you, Dr. Jeremiah. We'll go to item 10. This is cost to complete RTA projects, statutory mandates, legal requirements. Mr. McGeemy and Mr. Ellis will present this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Again, this item we've been having as an ongoing discussion. It's been very helpful to have the RTA board obviously look at the cost to complete, in addition to on the PAG side of the business, on the transportation improvement programming. We've been merging the conversations between the last 2 years or so to make sure that PAG and RTA are aligned on the cost to complete conversation. So with that, Rick's going to give you an update on the status of the remaining projects, and then we'll dive into the actual cost versus revenue discussion.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Mr. Mogimi. The way I'm going to do this overview on this is I'm going to go through each named roadway project that are in the roadway element. I'll briefly touch upon it, give you a high clip status update, and then also hit upon the categorical items. So you'll have a complete picture of where we stand with the overall delivery efforts to date and where the latest and greatest is with all these activities. So I'm also going to go through this in a sequential order, meaning as it's laid out in the plan. So project number 1 is going to be the first one I cover, rather than try to do it chronologically or any other condition on that. Kind of follows the same format I've given previously and stays consistent with how we've been providing updates all along. So this also matches with what the jurisdiction's delivery efforts are. So the nomenclature should reflect that and should be consistent with response or with how those projects are being delivered. So the first one is the Tangerine Road, what we refer to as Phase 2A. It's from I-10 to Marana Tech Drive. Construction activities are underway on that. They're fully working on the roadway portions, drainage portions, enhancement portions, with other activities being funded through other sources happening simultaneously. So there's a lot going on out there, but that particular effort is fully underway. It's important to note that Phase 1, that essentially goes from Dove Mountain all the way over to La Cañada, or what we refer to as the eastern half of this, was already complete, and IG activities go all the way back to 2009. Phase 2B essentially takes off from where Marana Tech Drive ends and then matches in with the improvements that have already been made at Dove Mountain. The design's currently at the 30% level, but they're working diligently towards a 60% milestone anticipated for later this spring, where they'll have updated on all the major key activities, especially with the drainage aspects on it. Construction's targeted to begin in fiscal year 28. So we have remaining design, right-of-way acquisition, primarily in the form of easements, environmental permitting, and then utility relocation will all still be yet to follow. And then as I highlighted, you got Phase 1 that was completed for the eastern portion. Project number 5 is Silver Bell Road, Goree to Camino del Cerro, what we refer to as Phase 2 on that project. The project was initiated back in 2008, and the first section has been built from Grant Road to Goree. That's complete, open, and operational. This project is currently, the design is done. The utility relocation's been complete. The right-of-way acquisition has been complete. And the project team is currently working to secure the last of the environmental permitting clearances necessary. And then it'll be ready for construction to move forward and then advertisement at that point in time. Sunset Road, project number 8. The entire limit goes from I-10 to River Road. This was initiated back in 2009, and Pima County Department of Transportation completed Phase 1 from Silver Bell to I-10. And now this portion is going to extend it from I-10 all the way over to River Road and connect there. It's being done in conjunction with the mainline improvements, or what we affectionately refer to as the GAP project, being led by ADOT. And right now, most of the mainline improvements have been at least gotten to a point where they're now working on some of the frontage roads, landscaping, and the connection of the Sunset Road and the completion of the interchange work is the primary focus. It's anticipated, I think the target timeframe on this is to have everything done by the end of the year. Next project up is First Avenue from Grant to River, or what we sometimes refer to as First Ave South. Design activities are fully underway. There's a task force that's been formed. They're meeting on a regular basis, and the efforts have progressed from the initial data collection, and they're starting to lay out preliminary alignment alternatives on this. The culmination of this will align with a design concept report that's targeted for the end of the year, and the IGA on this was approved in early 2023. We have design, right-of-way activities, all the environmental permitting, utility relocation, and construction as all the remaining ones, but the team is making good progress so far. Number 15 is Grant Road at Union Pacific Railroad, and this is the widening that just occurs underneath the railroad tracks. The design team has gotten to the 60% milestone. They had started this in January 2016. As you've heard me talk about this in prior updates, ran into several snags with the railroad and that particular interaction. Had to go back and evaluate alternative configurations on that can be done within the budget and with a reasonable anticipation on completion timeframe. There's a key item to note that affects several of these projects in here, and that's what I've labeled as period 4 compliance, and where we must start construction on this by July 1, 2026. And I'm calling that out specifically where that applies on the projects, where that trips it up. Downtown Links is a project that's actively under construction. The first 2 phases have already been built, are open and operating, as well as the eastern half of this project from essentially Stone Avenue over to the eastern end where it ties into the Barraza Aviation and Broadway intersection. Activities are fully underway on this one. All the big major bridge structure has been completed and built, and they're banging along on the final steps on that one with an anticipated completion by later this summer or early fall. Grant Road phases 3 and 4. This project also was started in 2007. Phases 1 and 2 from Oracle to Park have already been completed through prior efforts. Phase 3 and 4 is now actively under construction, working pretty much in a west to east format. So you'll see the bulk of the activity occurring west of the Alvernon intersection. But I've been told by the project team that that's going to hop and get into the eastern half of that as well. So project activity is fully underway on this effort. 5 and 6, the design level is at the 90% completion, and remaining activities on this include the design, the right-of-way acquisition, then the subsequent utility relocation, and then construction. And as I mentioned, phases 1 and 2 have already been built as part of this corridor. 22nd Street, this is the bridge over the Union Pacific Railroad, or what we refer to as phase 2. You just approved the IGA that's now authorizing all the remaining funds for this project effort. Design activities are complete. All the advanced preparation activities are complete. The funding package has been sent off to Federal Highways and is going through their last clearances. And as soon as they receive that, combined with the action you just took, the project will be advertised for construction on this. So essentially the phase 1 portion has already been done. This phase 2 portion is pending. Barraza Aviation Parkway, this is a project where it's identified for advanced right-of-way acquisition and some design activities that will be done in conjunction with ADOT and their efforts as part of the Highway 10 and then Highway 210 improvements. Funds are available to ADOT in fiscal year 26. This one also has period 4 compliance requirements in which they must start activities and start drawing down those funds prior to July 1, 2026. So it's the design and right-of-way acquisition that will fund, and then it's part of a larger project that will be funded, the remainder by ADOT, or a portion of that will be covered in the RTA next. Irvington Road, this goes from basically the Santa Cruz River to east of I-19. This project is being done in conjunction with ADOT. You're hearing a common theme where there's overlap opportunities. They're reconfiguring the interchange out there to improve the overall safety, efficiency, and operations. So this was another opportunity where the improvements that were called out for in the RTA plan can be overlapped on that, as we've done with other interchange projects. Design activities are underway on this. They've just completed the 60% milestone, working towards the 90%. This is also a period 4 compliance requirement. But it's anticipated this project will be ready to obligate and then advertise for construction towards the tail end of the year, with activities lining up for next year. So they'll certainly meet that deadline. One of the key things on this that the team has been very, very cognizant on is the desire, if not need, to make sure that we impact the business community there only one holiday season. So it's been very specifically targeted, laid out so that that requirement can be met and essentially hit it once. But it's only one time, and it should span that time frame fairly adequately. Valencia Road from I-19 to Alvernon. This was an IGA approved last fall. The design consultant contract activities are actually underway. This is another period 4 compliance effort. So team is working on that, and they'll be working with the city to get this project under a final contract and get design activities started ASAP on that to make sure that we hit the construction obligation of starting activities out there by July 1 of next year. Valencia Road, called to construction, or what we often refer to as Valencia East. Construction activities are fully underway on this one. The IGA happened to be started in 2016, but it coincided with some of the improvements that were being done at the Kolb intersection. And then initial design activities, they got up and running. Since then, this project has continued to move fairly quickly, seamlessly, and it's out there now fully under construction with crews working up and down the whole corridor. 22nd Street from Camino Seco to Houghton Road. Design activities are underway. We just held the 30% milestone open house review last Thursday. As we typically see on East Side projects, we had approximately 100 citizens and residents that wanted to come learn more about the project, ask questions. So a very engaged part of the community, as I'm sure everybody's familiar with. So the remaining design, right-of-way acquisition, this was another one that with your approval, we'll be able to initiate that activity. They've already been doing the preparation efforts. This allows it now to move into the financial transactions and begin the actual negotiation efforts. So they have remaining design, right-of-way, the environmental permitting, utility relocation, and construction pending. As you hear me mention with other projects, this is also a period 4 compliance project. Harrison Road, this is a new bridge over the Pantano Wash. Consultant selection activities on this project are also underway. So essentially all remaining projects have some form of activities in some form of progress on this. Period 4 compliance is required, but the design, right-of-way acquisition, permitting, utility relocation, and construction is forthcoming, and the IGA approved the entire allocation so that the city can utilize an accelerated alternative delivery methodology on this project as well. Houghton Road from Irvington to 22nd, the 7th segment out there. The IJs, this is one of those corridors that's been in place for a number of years. Phases 1 through 6, which essentially connect I-10 to Irvington, and then 22nd Street to Broadway have all been completed and open and operational. And the utility relocation, I think they're wrapping up the last of the right-of-way activities, and utility relocation now is ongoing and is expected to continue through this year. And then we'll look to advertise this project next year sometime when suitable completion has been achieved by the utility providers. Across the categories, there's too many on these, but I'll try to hit the highlights on these. For the elderly and pedestrian safety, or what we refer to as element number 37, the safety devices, primarily in the form of speed feedback signs, those were installed in South Tucson, put in place last fall, and those are up operating and fully functional now in that particular jurisdiction. We have a number of activities underway with greenways, pathways, bikeways, the sidewalk, probably in the neighborhood of about 10 active projects utilizing RTA funds for that in various stages of either early design or all the way into construction. And then lastly, in the transportation-related wildlife linkage aspect of it, working closely with the TO Nation as well as ADOT, we have design activities and initial concept underway, and we've been working with the communities out there to share input, feedback, have that ongoing dialogue, and then once we get concurrence, we can move forward with the detailed design, subsequent construction. With that, I'll turn it over actually to James Tao, my colleague. He'll give you the financial run through of all this, and then we're all available to support any questions or support your discussion going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the RTA board. To complement Mr. Ellis's project update, we've included financial exhibits in your packet detailing the remaining Element 1 roadway projects, with funding in the 2025 to 2029 TIP exceeding the 2006 ballot amount. A supplemental funding sheet is included to provide detail to projects with additional dollars as a companion to the remaining projects exhibit. This is followed by the funding needs exhibit detailing all projected RTA financial resources and projected expenditures. This provides revenue and expenditure detail for elements 1 through 4, administrative expenses, and bond debt obligation. If we look at the remaining projects exhibit, the 15 projects total over $1.1 billion. Keep in mind that this list includes $238.5 million in projects or segments deferred to RTA Next. The deferred projects consist of the northern segment of Silver Bell Road, First Avenue, Orange Grove to Ina, 22nd Street between Interstate 10 and Keno, plus the northernmost segment of the Houghton Road corridor. The 4 deferred projects or segments are projected currently to require over $238 million to complete in today's dollars. The column labeled all funding sources to complete projects consists of current TIP programming and IGAs or amendments consistent with a particular project status. Projects listed could have segments completed several years ago. The funding for that activity would not be included in these calculations. We are attempting to isolate a project to its current resources and needs. The aggregate for the 15 projects listed does not, as I mentioned previously, provide funding for deferred projects or RTA projects where supplemental dollars have not been identified. Moving to the cost to complete summary and projected local funding needs, we have identified, could we move to the next one? Thanks. Moving to the cost to complete summary and projected local funding needs, we've identified nearly $836 million in resources in today's dollars. Included are excise tax projections in the fiscal year 2025 RTA budget and excise tax revenue projections we anticipate for the fiscal year 2026 RTA budget. This is nearly $218 million in projected excise tax revenues. The next line includes about $22 million in maintenance of effort and other contributions that support transit programs and services. Previously programmed HERF funds and funds available in future years are listed with planned STBG over the 5-year period of the current TIP. All HERF and STBG from the current TIP and programming remaining from previous years is more than $327 million. We can then see federal grant dollars and local dollars from various jurisdictions for an additional $80 million or so. $20.5 million in the FY 2025 adopted RTA budget restricted funds are subtracted as those dollars are already captured in the sales tax collections discussed previously. Cash on hand is over $261 million. Most of these dollars are encumbered, meaning that budgeted dollars from previous years for specific projects remain unexpended but have been spoken for. Our total resources are over $888 million, with a present day value of about $843.5 million. Finally, we reduced by just under $8 million restricted dollars from the FY 2026 RTA budget required by statute. That leaves us with just under $836 million in projected resources through fiscal year 2029. The current estimated cost to complete is $1.16 billion. This total includes all remaining roadway projects, including the 4 projects deferred to RTA Next. This amount includes all potential ineligible costs or utility costs. This is the total cost for the remaining RTA program based upon our most recent cost estimates. If we drill down a bit and remove the deferred projects showing no funding in the current TIP, we reduce costs to about $921 million. Using a 5% estimate where appropriate for utility contributions or otherwise ineligible expenses, we cut the cost to complete by an additional $43 million. Then we subtract HERF and STBG year-end expenditures to conclude fiscal year 2024. These adjustments leave us with a net cost to complete the non-deferred RTA projects at $839 million. And finally, we subtract estimated expenditures from elements 2 through 4, debt service and administration, for a total of $120 million. Based upon present value dollars, all expenditures total $959 million. With anticipated resources of $835.8 million, with present value dollars, our anticipated funding need exceeds our projected resources by $143.7 million. RTA regulations require fiscal constraints in annual budgets. To maintain these constraints beyond FY 29, an estimated revenue of $143.7 million is needed. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. McGee.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may add, thank you. If I may add again, if you recall at the last meeting, this was the request to make sure that we have a one-pager that has all the expenses, all the revenue sources, and what the bottom line is. And the bottom line, as we just discussed, is $143 million. And the reason for that, if you recall, was the significant cost increases within the last 3 to 4 years. So that's the previous sheet actually has a column at the end that shows what is the additional cost increases for those individual projects or phases of projects. So obviously it is a challenge. The $143 million additional revenue was anticipated. Even the audit, as you requested, we'll send the audit out. The audit recommendation was that you're going to be $140 million roughly in a situation that additional revenue is needed to be brought to the table to finish these projects. So it's nothing new to us. We've been discussing it. We've been anticipating how to address these additional cost increases. And we're not unique. This is happening across the country. Every entity is addressing the recent inflation cost increases and how to deliver programs. Even our sister organization, MAG, is addressing the same issue. So the options are very limited. Obviously, you can phase the projects down and phase the project to budget to match the budget. So that's one option. The other option, obviously, is to bring additional revenue in from other sources. So that's the second option. As James mentioned, we already had 4 projects that the RTA board moved to RTA Next as another option. So those are really the list of options for what could be done to complete all the projects with the additional needed revenue.
Thank you. So we'll open it up now to the board for questions, comments. We've got Mayor Valenzuela and followed by Mayor Romero, Supervisor Grijalva.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just trying to understand the process that determines these extra cost of material and labor. So we're not in this place for RTA Next. So can somebody please explain to me what that process is?
So I'll start and then I'll ask Rick to come up and give you the more expanded version. The short version is that you have planning level cost estimates that we all know is very high level estimate. And then as you start designing the projects, you get more and more detailed information. So you can have more and more detailed cost estimate. A lot of these projects were planning estimates to begin with. But as Rick just explained, as you get into 50% design, 60% design, then you get a better estimate. Even then, when you complete a project, when you put it out to bid, chances are that the contractors are going to come back with potentially a different cost. So it is a very difficult science to get it 100% right. You have to always monitor and update. So if you want to add anything to that, please.
I would say I'd probably take it and just expand on that a little bit more because those are the critical steps. We actually developed pictorial representations of what the projects would look like. So we had 2-dimensional capability 20 years ago. We now have 3-dimensional modeling capability that software allows us. We can see what it's going to look like, look at it, point at it and go, I like it, I don't like it, et cetera. We also incorporated with our estimating team, contractor level input feedback and numbers. What are they seeing on estimates? We're not just relying on other similar projects. We're saying, what are we actually seeing on some of the pricing? So we had up to date, real life, real time for this type of work in this type of setting with this type of situation. The third part of that, to expand on what Farhad talked about, we incorporated the jurisdictional efforts. We brought the delivery folks in board with this. The first one also had some involvement, had that iterative effort, but we took the extra time on this. It ran a little over, but we made sure, are we in line with how they intend to deliver it? Where they see 2 phases, we will incorporate that cost for that phasing. And along those lines, where we see potential risks, we're going to make sure that's identified and spelled out, not just all lumped under a single number. So we took all the lessons learned, experience that we've gleaned from that and expanded it in multiple areas. And trust me, that is the short version.
Mayor Romero.
Yes, thank you so much. If I understand it correctly, per RTA staff, the options to close the shortfall include One, local jurisdictions cover the shortfall for their projects. The second option is project expenditures be reduced. And then the third option is that we defer to the RTA next all of the projects that have scope changes. Am I correct? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm sure there are more options, but those are the ones that are most immediate.
Okay, being that the city of Tucson has the majority of the projects, I think more than 10 projects, that have unfortunately been put in this situation. The local jurisdiction covering the shortfall is not an option for the city of Tucson at this board. We have been working with staff to look at the projects that we have as a city and be able to have the board's approval to have flexibility at the scopes of the project. We've done it before with Broadway. We've done it before with First Avenue from Grant to River. We would like to make sure that the board understands that we can come up with solutions as a city of Tucson to figure it out. But we need the discretion and the flexibility by this board to be able to offer more options. So I just want to note that I'm not coming to this table with just complaints. I could easily throw a fit and and tell the RTA staff, how dare you? Tell the city of Tucson that we have to come up with our own money. When in 2006, we promised the voters we would deliver these projects with the RTA funds. And so I think in the spirit of being able to work together, we can as a city, but we will need some flexibility from the board to be able to offer answers and the ability to move forward, just like we did with First Avenue and just like we did with Broadway.
Thank you. I was wondering if the estimated revenue portion of this table here, if it includes the interest rates from the cash balances in the HERF 12.6 or the RTA account.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Grijalva. So again, the estimate that we have currently is what's allocated in the TIP document. So that's the information that is in the adopted TIP. We use those numbers as the revenue. The TIP is updated every 2 years. As it's updated, those additional funds may follow, but we won't know that until they're actually brought to the table by the state and we're able to program it into the TIP. So TIP is the adopted document that the numbers come from, and we're committed to those.
So then thus far, you would say yes until it's updated and then we get,
Updated
okay,
again, yes.
thank you.
Other?
Well, I agree. I think that we should be able to give as much flexibility as possible. The only thing, I don't know if that means more value engineering or reducing the scope, because the only thing that, knowing we're going to hopefully go for RTA next, is when we reduce, 6 lanes to 4 lanes, I just always want to be cautious, because what we told the voters we were going to do, I'd like to at least be as close to what that delivery looks like. Because then if not, we lose the trust, of the voters. If we said we're going to do X and we do Y, and whether it's a trust issue or a legal issue, that just concerns me. But certainly figuring out various ways to get there, it would be obviously good.
Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've got a question on, let's use the First Avenue River to Grant as the example, because it's one because of things, flood issues and other things that came up that put some delays on that project. It's gone a long way. And I know the city's made some amendments. But I guess my question is the 141 million that we're currently listing as the updated cost to complete. Is that based on the current design that the city's got, or is that based on the part of the original design? Is it up to date, I guess is my question.
So the estimate we're using for the First Avenue project is based on the feasibility study and then updated last summer. We won't have another update until probably the tail end of this year when they complete the design concept report. And that's when they'll have a better idea of what the actual design will look like. So we're operating off of what had been done through that feasibility effort, which did include a detailed cost estimate.
I don't know if your question, if I may, Mr. Chair, I don't know if your question was answered, Mr. Maxwell?
Mayor Romero, Mr. Chair, I guess that's my question. I don't know if that study that was done 2 years ago aligns with the latest design or latest thoughts from the city of Tucson. Because if we're trying, I mean, we're talking about, we've got to make up 143 million, and we could find one of these projects, some of the more expensive ones, and just move it, somewhere, and we could then finish everything else. But what I think we've got to make sure we're doing is we're talking apples to apples when we're doing it. And I'm just not sure if that 141 aligns with the latest, maybe.
Based on the design efforts done to date and the updates that the project team has shared with us, we expect those to be consistent. Like I said, we have a disconnect on the milestones between we did last summer, we updated that, but they're heading for the next big one, which will be then later this year. So, but right now, based on team activities, efforts, initial feedback, the assumptions, how everything compares with how that's evolving along, nothing seems astronomically out of whack. We're not looking at something going, wow, we really assumed there was going to be just a bridge we could modify. Now we have to replace it. Everything that was incorporated in last summer's efforts is still consistent with the practices we're seeing now. Does that do a better job of answering your question?
I think so. I know what the follow-up questions outside the meeting will be, and we could probably just get an answer from the city and talk to Sam and Tim where they are. And for the record, since we've been talking a lot about the interest that's held by state, I'm going to go back to Greg Byers and others and ask exactly how that interest is held by the state and when and if it gets allocated to the region so that we can have a better idea what we've got coming in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Mayor Romero, and then Supervisor Grijalva.
I do believe that the First Avenue cost estimate is an older cost estimate. I think it was 2 years ago. And, the more the projects are delayed, the more the inflation affects them. I guess my question, just to follow up on your question, is if the $143 million shortfall is based on 2006 language in terms of the cost estimates at that time, or real 2025 numbers.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, again, it goes back to this diagram that has most recent cost estimate compared to what's available. And then this handout has what's available and what the 143 where it comes
So
from.
they are.
So it is as recent.
The
as
143 is recent.
Yep.
Okay. I guess for me, there are a couple of questions that I have, if I may follow up on it. The RTA board, at the recommendation of the Technical Management Committee, requested at its January 2014 meeting that regional funding from the fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2026 be used to address the decline of forecasted RTA revenues because of the Great Recession. And so regional funding means PAG funding. And that's, I think you were alluding to that question, Mr. Maxwell. There are still needs for the city of Tucson to be able to tap into regional funds. And so we have to make sure that this board talks about how we use regional funds to continue plugging into a hole that really was created a long time ago. And many of our jurisdictions have been able to use regional funds to plug holes for the RTA projects. So I think that we have to come to a conclusion. As a matter of fact, Mayor Honey, that's one of the last things that he told me, right? He's like, are we gonna use PAG funds? Do you want to use PAG funds as a city? And I think we've got to be able to, as we move towards an RTA next, we can't continue forward with RTA next, looking at the plan that we have in front of us today, the draft plan, without figuring out how we deliver the promises to the voters.
Yep.
We can't say, oh, you know what? There's $143 million that we can't deliver to you, the projects we promised in 2006. But here's, the RTA next, voters will ask us, you're not delivering what you told us you were gonna deliver in 2006. How do you plan to do that? We might have to talk about if one of the options presented is to defer to the RTA next, then what projects get kicked out because of available funding that we put together. This is something that we all talked about the last meeting. And so we've got to be able to find these answers in order to actually present an authentic and real RTA next plan to the voters of our region.
Supervisor Grijalva.
Yeah, and I was just wondering, for these projects that'll get deferred and moved on to RTA next, are they a priority? Are they period one? Okay, and then have we had an opportunity, since some of these projects were submitted some time ago, and because of all of the other transportation needs and resolutions that have been created by some of the completed projects, has like our transportation experts had an opportunity to evaluate if the need is the same or if it's changed, if it's increased? I mean, one of the things I'm thinking of is if we were able to establish some of these interchanges. For example, the widening of Mission created a little bit of alleviation, let's say on Ajo. I know this because this is where I drive every day. So it did help a little bit, right? But if we go with one of the projects that is outlined and reduce a lane in order to have bike path, that will have a ripple effect. So how are we looking at some of those? And some of the projects, let's say on 22nd and I-10, that's something that people have been talking to me about forever. Like, were you guys going to get that done? And so I think it's really difficult, especially if we're focusing some of the deferred projects from the base of a lot of the voters that'll be deciding some of these projects, if off the top of their head, they're like, I know you didn't do that one, because that's what you said you were going to do and you didn't do it. So I just think that we have to think about how we prioritize some of these projects, because I think that if you look at some of these really large deferred projects that haven't been started at all, I think it's going to be a hard sell for some of our voters.
If I may, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, Supervisor Grijalva, so the board had that discussion when they decided to defer the 4 projects. Those 4 projects all have not only cost increases, but modified scopes as well. So Silver Bell, for example, 22nd Street, First Avenue, north of Ina, and Halton Road. So all of them are coming with the proposed scope changes as well. As part of that exercise, if the board decides to move any other project to RTA next, then we'll go back and do the same. There'll be a value engineering, there'll be a cost estimate again for making sure that it's consistent with RTA next cost estimating. So those 4 deferred projects went through that process. And then if we add one more, then that would be going through the same process as well. And then to answer your initial question, that was board's direction that those 4 projects will be in the first 5-year period.
Mr. Maxwell and then Mayor Post. Fully agree. We have to solve this RTA 1 question. It's going to play on the voters' minds, not to mention on all of our minds and coming to an agreement with what we want to go forward. So I do think, but what I think is important to remember, RTA 1 was based on the baseline prediction. 50% of the time revenues are going to be above, 50% of the time revenues are going to be low. If you just took out the downturn in 2008, we'd have that money. So when we say we don't have it, there is a reason. That's part of the reason we've said as a board, we want to go through with the pessimistic. Now, again, just using the economics of it and the odds, and anybody who's, a gambler, you got to play those odds. 80% of the time, revenue should come
in above our pessimistic view. So there are some options we've got in there too, and that's coming off the pessimistic view, not go all the way to the baseline. But these are all decisions we're going to have to talk about in order to get to a solution that's good for all of us. I do think the more we talk about it, one, we need to have the meetings monthly until we can get there. But two, if we are going to move it to May, that doesn't mean we can breathe. It means we need to come up and continue to drive this because we've got to come up to the solutions for RTA 1 in order to be able to sell it. But we cannot forget that there is a reason, and there's multiple reasons, but one of the reasons is that economic downturn. The other turn, if you also look at the last several years have been extraordinary in cost increases since the pandemic. We're seeing it stabilize at the State Transportation Board, not going back down, just stabilizing where it is. So we've got some work, but we all have talked about it. I just wanted to make sure the new board members weren't aware that that pessimistic view is done for a reason. So that's so that we wouldn't face this. And we, of course, all had plans on how we'd spend the extra money if it comes in. But there's never any guarantees, and we do have some options. We just need to decide it before we start moving forward.
Mayor Post. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My first observation as the new guy is, and this sounds crazy, but wow, you pulled this in within $143 million. That's a pretty good feat right there. The second new guy question is, there were a lot of projects that had a start date deadline. And what happens to those projects, and therefore what happens to the money from those projects?
Be happy to, Mr. Chair, Mayor Post. So the way the legislation is written is that projects have to start within the periods, and the periods are every 5 years. So, and during the audit process, we had 2 audits, and during the audit process, the same question came up. So their definition is that you have to start a phase of the project for construction. And our definition of that is you have a project on bid and a contract ready to go, then you meet that requirement. So within that 5 years, if you have a project ready to go for construction, you meet the definition of start the project. Completion of the project can go beyond that time period. So the money doesn't go away. The money stays until you complete the project.
Then if you don't start the project.
Fortunately, when we had that conversation with the audit team, obviously they would encourage us to start it within the 5-year period. And the response was, we'll have to see how you perform before we can give you an opinion on it. But we don't know what happens if you don't start.
Thank you.
Okay. But I think this is a really important discussion that we're having, right? And I think, we have the right people around the table to solve this particular problem. And I think, Mr. Mogimi, you mentioned when you laid out a few options, and Mayor Romero spoke to some options. One of that you said were some additional resources. Could you just elaborate on what you mean by additional resources?
Of course, be happy to, Mr. Chair. So in the memo, there's some opportunities for potential RTA revenues to be recovered. We've had this conversation before with the board. So there's some parcels that have been purchased for RTA projects, and then the remnant pieces of those parcels are still good developable parcels of land that can be sold. And once those purchases are completed, the revenue can come back to the RTA. So that's another revenue source. If that revenue comes back to the RTA, obviously that'll free up some revenue for new projects to be completed. That's one source. There were a couple other projects that we had revenues that are due to the RTA based on scope changes and scope expansion. So those conversations are ongoing. So there's some opportunities for those revenues to come back as well. But those are smaller amounts, obviously. So we'll continue to update you on that. Anytime there's an opportunity to recover some revenue, we'll update that number and bring it back to you.
Mr. Chair, to the remnant parcel one, I know that it was a few months ago that the staff was going to go back to all of our staffs and find out, where they are and have we recovered and all of that. Can we get an update, maybe today's too soon, but on where the status of that is, because I think that is one of the fixes to Mayor Post's point, we're getting closer. So if it's hodgepodge of solutions, it's still a solution, right? And, but I know we were supposed to do a survey of where those parcels are and get them back, and I just
Yeah,
haven't heard anything.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, yes, we're going through that process and be happy to update you at the next meeting. It is, I think, again, we still see opportunity to put some of those parcels on sale and hopefully recover the revenue. So at the next meeting, we'll probably have more details for you.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that if we're going to move any of these projects off into RTA Next, then wouldn't we have to look at the projects in RTA Next and make some deletions in order to accommodate that?
Yes, so, yeah, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Grijalva, so that plan, obviously, is the next item on the agenda. We'll talk about it more, but just at a high level, that plan is still a draft plan. So obviously, we want to make sure that plan is fiscally constrained as well. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor?
Mr. Chair, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. There are several mentions in the memo by Mr. Mogimi that concern the city of Tucson. This language is concerning to us because in terms of incremental costs and of scope expansions, one of the conversations that we've had is that according to Mr. Mogimi, the city of Tucson and Pima County spent more funds on Houghton, going from 4 lanes to 6 lanes. And we've talked about the refunds that the city of Tucson and Pima County owe the RTA. Our staff submitted information on how the city of Tucson paid for those expansions back in June 21 of 2024. And our staff met with the RTA staff in August of 2024. Our staff explained how the city of Tucson had already paid for those extra expenses from our own pockets. We did not charge the RTA for those expansions, yet it's still, this information, and it's old information, is still presented to you as though the city of Tucson and Pima County is still owing money. We never heard back from RTA staff past August of 2024. So those are the types of really drilling down that we need to do either here in public or having staff meeting with maybe the chair and the second chair of the RTA with our staff so that we can kind of nail down all of the back and forthness that has been happening on this issue. The second piece that I wanted to talk about is that the memo from Mr. Mogimi talks about, from this point forward, lead agencies are responsible for incremental cost increases unless the scope change and or its associated costs have received voter approval. So Mr. Mogimi keeps saying that any scope changes need to be approved by voters. And that goes back, Mayor Murphy, to what we talked a little bit about earlier, which was the city of Tucson needs some flexibility in order to be able to deliver the projects that we promised the voters that we would deliver. But this memo says, no, you can't do that. You have to go to the voters to make scope changes. Can Mr. Mogimi please clarify what this means in terms of, from this point forward, voter approval is required for any significant project increases? Again, I'm having a hard time understanding why this did not apply to Broadway, why it did not apply for First Avenue. Can you please share or explain what you mean by this statement, Mr. Mongimi?
Be happy to, Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero. Again, the conversation on the 4 deferred projects, if you recall, was all 4 of them have a scope change as well as a cost increase. So that was the metrics that we used for 22nd Street, Houghton, Silver Bell, and First Avenue. Those all proposed scope changes and cost increases were significant enough that justify voter approval. So same thing, now we've reached that spending limit, that anything else that goes beyond that spending limit authority, the voters have to approve as well. So unless it's not RTA funds, and that's the definition.
Mr. Mongimi, the reason that we moved the 4 projects for the RTA next, this board approved it.
Yeah.
And we said we are moving those forward because those are nowhere near ready for RTA 1. The projects that we're talking about are the ones that are ready to go. Most of them we've been stalled as the city of Tucson. Grant 5-6 I can think about is a project that has been stalled. We're 90% designed, but RTA staff have gotten in our way in terms of acquiring property to do that expansion. If staff is not letting the city of Tucson acquire property to do an expansion, then there has to be flexibility again to be able to say, okay, we don't want to spend $100 million in acquiring property, but how can we find a solution that will keep us as close to the expenditure that we need to do as possible? So again, I'm not understanding why Broadway Boulevard was able to be approved by this board for scope changes, as well as First Avenue from Grant to River. This board approved scope changes. I'm not understanding who made that determination that from this point forward, lead agencies are responsible for incremental cost increases and going to the voters for scope changes when Broadway and First were treated completely different.
So I'll be happy to share the legal memo for Broadway that explained that Broadway changes were within the spending limit authority and the board had the authority to do that. And maybe that helps explain it a little bit more. So at the time, Thomas did a legal opinion that Broadway was eligible because the percentage of changes at the time was only 1% and it was within the allowable change. That might help. And then at the next meeting, we can dive in a little bit more in the legal aspects of it if you wish. But again, those 4 projects that are deferred, we didn't have the additional revenue for cost increases, and all 4 have scope changes. And that was why this board moved those projects to RTA next.
I would like to just accept that I'm happy to meet with your staff, Mayor Murphy. We're happy to meet with you, PAG staff, Mr. Mogimi, City of Tucson, to clarify some of these concerns. In regards to the supplemental funding, if I could just briefly, the projects that have been completed to date, I believe all but 3 have had supplemental funding from PAG. Also, as you look at the 25-29 TIP, there's about 324 million of supplemental funding, again, PAG funds. If that 143 million were made up or was other resources with supplemental funding, we're talking 468 million of PAG funds. If you do the math, that represents 15 to 16 years of PAG funds being encumbered in a sense, and as you acknowledge, Mayor Romero, Supervisor Grijalva, and all of us, we've all benefited from PAG funds. And a concern that I have expressed, and I believe Mayor Honey expressed, although he's not here, I can't speak for Mayor Honey, but I think one of his concerns was that about having those PAG funds encumbered for 15, 16, maybe more years. So I mean, I'm heartened by the fact that there seems to be some interest in perhaps looking at some projects that could go to RTA next, like the 4 that have been identified. We've talked as a staff, and I'll just throw this out as a potential proposal of the idea of, instead of 0.05, a 0.055 or 0.06. And then those additional funds would be used to would become those supplemental funds. And then that would free up the PAG funds. So that would be another approach. And those monies would be, you know, specific to those projects that were not completed, and that because there was a shortfall and so on and so forth. So anyway, that, I don't know if the board, Mayor?
Mr. Chair, I just want to make absolutely clear, I do not have the input from my council colleagues to be able to say, yeah, we're going to push more projects forward. As a matter of fact, my colleagues on the council are very frustrated that there's been so much delay in getting the cost to complete to us. And the grand majority of the projects that are not done are inside the city of Tucson. So I am not, just to be absolutely clear and on the record, I am not saying that I am open to pushing additional projects beyond the 4 that we all selected to an RTA next scenario, because we have not, we don't have the answers to all of the questions that we have.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mayor, Mr. Maxwell.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And Mayor Romero, I fully understand the hesitation. I think what we're at now is we're at a point, I mean, you heard the chair allude to, well, maybe we look at a 0.055 or a 0.06, but I think there's still other options in between there too. Remember, we set it at the pessimistic level. So there is a way we can make those things happen, but we have to have the discussion. We have to talk through the options. We do need the answers. I'll be real honest, on the remnant parcel, we asked that question a lot longer than 2. We haven't met in 4 months. We haven't met since September. We've been asking it since before that. We really do need an update at the next meeting with a list, because we've said it's countywide. We don't want you looking at any one, section or anything. Get countywide remnants that are out there that maybe have some value that we can be maybe a little bit more aggressive. That's our responsibility. If we've got land out there that's not bringing any money to the table, let's get aggressive about this. I do think the next meeting we'll talk about a little bit about the target date again, and then we have to get serious about bringing some different ideas to the forefront. I thought we've made a lot of progress getting something to the vote, or to the voters or the citizens, the community, to give us some feedback on. We're going to get some back. There's a lot of movement, but I think we shouldn't rule anything out yet, and that's what we've got to keep our mind open. Thank you.
Yes, and I certainly I'd be open to the idea, especially if it's a small incremental. And then I guess the way I think of it, unless I'm wrong, if we're getting close to the end of RTA 1, depending on what's going to start, we're going to be in the time frame of RTA next, right? So if it was an incremental amount and it was front loaded with, let's say 1 just moved, right? 1 additional one moved to RTA next. And if it was first, on there, I think the time frame would be the same. We're just overlapping it. If you're starting it in 2027 and even call it RTA 1 or we call it RTA 2, it's still 2027 and it's still one project. And we brought a little bit of supplemental funding to it. I think that would be a possibility to sell it, and hopefully it would make the council comfortable. If it's 2027, I don't care what we call it, it's 2027. But that's still up for discussion. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that just like every other jurisdiction was able to go back to PAG, I mean, the Technical Management Committee recommended at that time that we tap into PAG funds to finish projects that had started. And so Sahuarita took advantage of that, Marana took advantage of that, Oro Valley took advantage of it, Pima County took advantage of it. And now that the city of Tucson is requesting that we use some PAG funds, and I agree with you, Mayor Winfield, maybe we don't use all the PAG funds, right? We need to make sure that we have regional funds to be able to invest in other priorities for other jurisdictions. And really, to be honest with you, I'm thinking especially the Pascuayaqui tribe and the Tohono O'odham Nation. Those two jurisdictions really benefit from using PAG funds for projects at their reservations. So I'm not saying that the city of Tucson would want to use it all, but it has to be supplemented. The city of Tucson worked really hard to bring additional funds for projects within the RTA. $25 million in raised funds from the federal government that we brought. We are trying to find solutions to this while still working with to the benefit of all the other jurisdictions. But it cannot be said, especially by the executive director, that we can no longer tap into PAG. That decision has to be made with all of us in conjunction with flexibility to look at the projects that are left to complete in order for us to be able to even venture into saying, okay, let's put even more projects into the RTA next. That's all I'm saying. And I really appreciate Mayor Winfield, I know I volunteered you, but for you saying that you would love to be able to sit down and see what type of solutions we can come up with.
Thank you. All right, well, I appreciate the discussion for this particular item. I think we'll bring it to a close and move on to item 11. Mr. Mogimi, this is RTA Next Plan Development Update.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the board, again, as you recall, we have a draft plan that was recommended for public review at the last meeting. And we also have some of the policy discussions that were tabled at previous meetings. So with your pleasure, we can talk about the policy items first. And then after that, we'll dive into the feedback we received on the draft plan. So that might help structure the conversation a little bit better.
Right. Okay, I appreciate it. How about if we reverse it?
That's fine. At your pleasure.
Yeah, let's reverse it.
Yep. So with that, so again, I'd like to come back to the policy discussions as well, because they're obviously integrated into any changes you may want to make. So Jenny's going to help provide an overview of the feedback we received. You have the summary report in your packet as well. Hopefully you had a chance to look at it, but this is just a high level kind of what we heard from the feedback of the survey exercise. Jenny.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Jenny Fiore Magana, and I'm the Director of Outreach and Engagement for the Pima Association of Governments and the Regional Transportation Authority. And
Can you just get a little closer to the microphone?
Sure. I'm notorious for being a low talker, so I'll do that. So I'm here to share an update, as he said, on the RTA Next Plan survey outreach efforts that have taken place since the board last convened. Following the board's approval of that draft plan for public input at the end of September, our staff has focused on outreach in two big ways. We were focusing on broad community awareness of the draft plan's availability for public scrutiny, and pursuit of public feedback on that plan through a comprehensive strategic outreach campaign. And before we move into that, the part of this presentation, I want to note that our work seeking that input was enhanced by efforts from a local PR consultancy, particularly on reaching traditionally hard to reach communities. That was Gordley Group. And I want to thank this board for endorsing that effort. It was important. Here's a high level overview of the approximately 6-year RTA Next Plan development process. This is just for situational awareness, showing where we are in that timeline. As you can see, current phase here shows that public feedback step under the green circle that says current phase. It's kind of hovering over both because we're in the midst of both here. That effort was to help informally gauge public sentiment on the current draft plan. Before we step into the results, I want to talk about what the survey was and was not designed to do. So this will be characterized as a qualitative trend survey. It took place from approximately mid-November through the end of January. And I would look at it as a tool, one tool for the board when reviewing plan refinements and eventually finalization of the RTA next draft plan. Complementary, of course, to other feedback. The other plan feedback that you're receiving, for example, from your constituents. You heard some feedback today in the call to the audience, other mechanisms throughout the plan development. And on that note, I think we should talk about what it's not designed to do. So as a qualitative trend survey, it's not designed to be a scientific sampling, and it is certainly not designed to be predictive of voting outcomes. Before we step into some high-level results from that outreach effort, I wanted to talk about the way our outreach was conducted. These are some, snapshot of some of the numbers that tell you the tools and techniques that we use to reach our audiences across the county, across the region. 15 open houses, a virtual event for those that could not or chose not to attend an open house in person, multiple email notices, newsletter articles, both from within RTA and PAG, but as well as from some of our jurisdictional partners, community groups and presentations. We reached out to many, more than 100, and with Gordley's support, more like 180. Some reached out proactively to us and so on. The full details of these efforts are included in the report in your packet, but this gives you an idea of the outreach effort. And before we move on, some people puzzle over that 5 million at the top of the slide, knowing we don't have 5 million people in the region. That is a measure of the impressions of those ads, the digital ads that were shown throughout the region. So people were seeing them multiple times. You may have seen them yourself multiple times. And then I would point out the outreach events at the bottom, that number 23. That is Gordley Group's a piece of their efforts. So there were some events, but they also did intercept surveys. They were talking to people on some of the transit routes. They attended community events throughout the December and January timeframe. So that's just one of the numbers from that report. And you will find a detail of their outreach efforts in appendix. I think it's Appendix C, but it is in the back of your report. And then I want to talk about participation benchmarks. I think everybody knows that how popular it is filling out government surveys or government-like surveys, especially over the holiday season. So I will say that when we began this effort, we knew we had an uphill climb. We knew that we were coming out of the national general election. We knew that we were heading into the holidays and that the survey would overlap with the holidays. That said, we did have more than 2,300 respondents. That's about 0.2% of the population. And for more context on that, that's nearly 3 times the benchmark for similar surveys. We were looking at long-range transportation surveys, regional long-range transportation plans, and some of the numbers you see here are from that benchmarking. Excuse me. Some of the numbers you see here are from that benchmarking. Some examples include the Metro Washington Council of Governments regional public transportation planning effort that was done last year, a 12-year regional transportation planning effort in the greater Philadelphia area by their regional planning commission, and a long-range transportation plan conducted by the Mid-America Regional Council, and there are several others in the benchmark section in the appendices of the report. Let's dig into the key takeaways. This isn't everything. The full report is in your plan, but the top takeaways here, 60% of people who responded, who chose to participate in the survey, indicated that they believe the plan is a good representation of regional needs. 57% of respondents indicated that they would either likely or very likely support the plan as currently drafted, and they were all aware it was a draft plan. The plurality of respondents indicated that the funding levels were about right across the board. And I say plurality because there were more than two options for answering that question. It was kind of a Goldilocks question, understanding people responding to the survey may not understand all the nuance and technicalities of what it takes to fund a particular transportation project. What we were trying to get a sense of is, did those funding levels that they were able to see in the draft plan feel like too much, not enough, or just right? And so the plurality of them indicated that those felt about right across the board. And last, respondents were a little more focused on what they liked in the plan, the draft plan, than what they didn't like. And where we draw that conclusion is because about 30% of respondents chose to skip a question where they were asked to identify what is the least interest to them in the plan. So given that opportunity, 30% of people filling out the survey moved on. Given the same opportunity to identify what's the highest priority to them, only about 9.4% chose to skip that question. So they really wanted to speak up on what they liked. Deeper dive here. Let's look at the top 5 projects that were identified in that feedback. So nearly 24 projects in the plan were mentioned by respondents when asked what they consider to be the highest priority. This is just the top 5 here, and I'll step through them. So wildlife linkages at 29.2% of those who responded to this question, 19.2% for number 37, bikeway improvements, 18.5% of respondents identified Cortero Road I-10, number 4 project, 18.4% of respondents identified number 36, the pedestrian improvements, and 16.7% identified number 46, bus frequency and route expansion. And which projects were they maybe less enthusiastic about? I say it that way, but the question is, what were the the lowest priorities for people as they were reviewing the plan? This isn't a question of whether they want it in the plan. It's the question is, what is the least priority for you? Nearly 1/3 of the respondents chose not to say. They chose not to answer this question. And among those who did, here were their top responses. I'll step through those as well. Number 1, 14 Colossal Cave Road, I-10 to Camino Loma Alta with 15.1%. Number 2 is Palo Verde Road to Ahaway. That's number 1, 14.8%. Number 3 is number 2, State Route 210, Ahaway to I-10 with 14.7% of respondents indicating that was the least priority. Number 4, Cortero Road I-10 traffic interchange had 13.7% say that was not the highest, or that was of least priority to them. And Tangerine Road, we're missing a project number, but that was Tangerine Road and the I-10 traffic interchange with 13.1% selecting that. There are a couple footnotes here. You'll see that 2 of the projects in this list were also in the top 10 projects when people were asked what their highest priority is. That's the Colossal Cave Road and Cortero Road projects. And that just may be indication that those are polarizing projects. And when asked what item they would like to see changed, what single item would you like to see changed? If you had to pick something in this plan that you really wanted to see changed, what would that be? More than a quarter of people, quarter of respondents chose not to say. And then you see number 2 there, 5.3% of them also said to change nothing and leave as is based on the current draft. But the rest of that list here indicates the percentages are a little bit lower, as you saw in the previous slides. So 9.2% of people who responded to this question wanted to see something changed with wildlife linkages. Number 2, change nothing, leave as is, as I already said. Number 3, more or better transit. Number 4, fixed streets, road paving, road repair. And number 5, less cars and no widenings. That is it for high-level outcomes. I think we now can open up for questions. If you have anything you'd like to ask, I or other staff can help respond to those. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny, for that presentation. Board, questions? No question. So you meant it was a qualitative survey?
Yeah, it's a qualitative trend survey. So it's just meant to surface feedback themes, trends. It's not a poll, so you can't, and you also don't have that final plan for people to respond to. We're just looking for themes and feedback.
And so these results that you're sharing with us, those are from the qualitative survey.
Yes, so about the 2,200 and it's like 2,203 respondents. Yep.
And are those separate respondents, or can folks survey more than once, or how is that?
No, efforts were taken to make sure there weren't duplicate surveys. And so when we did the data analysis, we're looking at things like IP addresses and making sure that if there were IP addresses that were seen in duplicate, they dug a little deeper in those, and those can be, for example, from things like public libraries, because, we want to make sure people have access to public libraries, things like some people from their places of employment. But then you look at that and go, is this an identical response? Is this somebody submitting this response over and over? And we did not see any evidence of that.
Mr. Chair, was there a heat map done at all about, because I know when I attended the one in Green Valley, there was a lot more respondents down there than there was at the one in Sahuarita.
Mhm.
I think there's lots of reasons, busy families, retirees
Mhm.
and such. But I'd be curious, because the number percentage-wise, is pretty low.
Mhm.
If a heat map was done on where the bulk of the respondents came from.
Yeah, there's a participation heat map in the appendices of the report. Sure, that's okay.
Just to add to that, that's based on zip code, so.
Mr. Maxwell?
It's great briefing. I mean, I know this is a load and it's hard on a survey. A survey is a poll that people have to volunteer to take them. So what you present to us and what's in our reports here, it's the raw data. There's been no weighted, like one of the things I looked at when I looked at here is you just look, the Hispanic Latino input was 14%, where the county's about 42. So you did not just any of the results for any weighting at all. It's just raw data.
Correct.
Okay. So a poll, on the other hand, could do that.
You can do so much with data if you decide what you want to do with it.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Mhm.
Of course, understand. All right, thank you very much.
Yep. You're welcome. Thank you.
Further questions? Mayor Romero?
Thank you. I noticed the same thing, Mr. Maxwell, that the Hispanic Latino community surveys respondents were significantly less than the actual demographics of Pima County. So 14.6% responded versus 42.4% of the actual Pima County population. Part of the conversation that we had at this table before was that we do different outreach efforts with the survey. I think all of us were really interested in terms of like going to people so that they could give us input. I know that you had like town halls. Was there any other efforts to reach the hard to reach?
Yes, I can talk more specifically about how we worked with Gordley Group. Their focus was on the traditionally hard to reach populations, and we defined that as, their primary audience in that targeting of hard to reach populations was were Hispanic and young adults. And in doing that, there is a detail in the appendix, but I'll go over some of it here. That was going out to community events, meeting people where they're already at, what they're already doing in their lives, looking into evenings and weekends, when people aren't at their jobs, when they're at the laundromat, we posted information in the laundromat, not every laundromat in the region, but we posted information in laundromats, like check cashing facilities, libraries. We reached out to schools. They were actually, boots on the ground at the transit center, riding the bus and stopping people to talk with them. They visited the Santa Cruz Farmers Market, Miracle in El Barrio, really looking for partner organizations in the region that might already be serving these populations. I mentioned young adults, so there was, boots on the ground at Pima College when kids were coming back to school. Did I just call them kids? My college-age daughter would be aggrieved. Young adults were coming back to school and did East and downtown campuses. Then, we also asked the partner organizations that we're reaching out to, like, can you put this in your newsletter? Do you have some cadence that you already have with these populations? How can we get in on that? And I will say that the results of that were really strong, because what we did after we received all that feedback and looked through the data processing side of the survey, we found that Gordley's efforts increased survey participation by about 22%. By that, I mean that there were 22% of responses attributable to their efforts.
So is it correct that there were just 74 individual citizen responses?
No,
No,
sorry?
74?
No, 2,200 plus.
22,
Yeah.
that's the survey.
Yeah.
So maybe these were comments at the public meetings or something, or they,
Well, can I ask what you're referring to?
I'm
May I?
just looking at my notes from staff, so
Okay. It may have been a specific outreach effort.
I think it's specifically at the back of our package.
Yeah, if I
There
may
was
add
there
to
was a
that.
stat.
But Mr. Chair,
comments.
yeah, if I may add to that, so you may be referring to the attachments in the document, which are just separate emails received by us. So that's probably, I don't know for sure, but I think that probably adds up to 74.
Yeah, those would have been submitted through a comments link that's on the RTA website, which remains there. It's still accepting public comments, and that's a digest of those that you would have received.
how would you characterize the response to this public outreach? Just in terms of numbers?
Numbers?
Yeah.
With the benchmarking, and really with that benchmarking, it was quite a bit better than one might expect. The time and the content. It's a complex topic. We're asking people to comment on a pretty complex topic, and people showed up for it in numbers that were triple what they normally do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mogini?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, again, thank you, Jenny, for that. And obviously, materials are in your packet. Feel free to reach out, ask any questions you may have. But to kind of echo what Jenny said, we felt that was a good representation of how people engaged during that time, given the challenges. So it is good information, but at the same time, it's information for you to look at and digest and see what you individually as board members get out of the information. And feel free to reach out to me at any time. Be happy to sit down and give you more perspective if you wish. So having said that, as part of the draft process, the outline that was shown, this is really the opportunity for the board to discuss any potential changes you like to make to the draft plan, and also discuss some of the policy points that we definitely want to be able to respond to. When there's a final document, some of those policy discussions hopefully need to be finalized as well, maybe not at this meeting, but prior to having a final plan. And my hope is that, again, if we don't have that conversation today, but at least make a list of things to bring back to you at the next meeting to hopefully have those resolved at that meeting.
What's the current contingency proposal, the current amount that's been proposed?
So yeah, let's talk about, so the policy items we previously discussed, and in the draft plan, initially was $100 million, but the draft plan is $25.3 million. So that's the first policy item.
Board, any discussion about contingency?
Mr. Chair, 2 points. One, I still think that's low. But also for the 4 new members, that, I think having you write down some questions, because you had your first briefing today on what we even do, PAG RTA, and the duties, and first time probably seeing the presentation on the survey. Know that we're having a meeting in April. I think that gives you an opportunity to really dive into what you think your community would support. And I think, well, I think of all of you, but I know unincorporated Pima County, there's a lot of needs out there. And so I know there's still probably a lot of work to do. But I think the contingents, to answer the question directly, I still think that's low. And I also what I would love to hear from my colleagues when we come back in April, back to, we need to be deciding on May for November. I'm obviously not leaning that way. I'd be leaning in May of next year, which gives especially the new people more time to hear from their constituents, study the plan. Some of us have been working on this and listening to this for 4 or 5 years, right? And you've got one meeting. So, and then the chair brought up a couple of other possibility options. I personally think there's a lot still on the table to discuss, but.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I tend to agree with Mayor Murphy, not necessarily on the contingency, specifically your contingency question. I think we'd all recognize it's probably low. However, using that pessimistic view that we've been using, we've been sticking to so hard, we've got give and take. There is a total of 100 million, because how many of the new board members have seen the full blown out draft, which shows the baseline? It's important to learn what that is, because a lot of the work to get to a plan that we could send to the public, everything in the baseline didn't go to the public. So they didn't see that, but that was a big part of the conversations of how we could, to get, the city of Tucson took a lot of the money and the difference between pessimistic and baseline, but they were willing to take that at their risk. So I think when we talk about these numbers, we have to think about that in its entirety. But I think this is something we need to let them digest. I don't know how much we're going to make as far as specifics. I think we all know what some of the issues might be when we get down to what we don't like about this plan. And like I've said all along, I'm not expecting us to have a plan everybody's going to like all of it. I'm just hoping we get a plan that everybody likes enough that we can go forward with, because I do think it's going to be there. Just one quick comment on I know we went off the survey, but the survey is a push thing. People have to volunteer to do it. Very apparent that a couple of the communities did a great job at responding. Southeast Pima County, they were all over it. Obviously, we told when Carolyn Campbell came up to me when she was upset that the 25 million had been pulled out, I said, Carolyn, you're good at organizing. You're going to come through, and you can see they came through as they should. So I think we've got to consider all those, including the contingency funding, because that one was very important to others. But I do think the most important thing, if we're going to stick with the monthly meetings, I think the most important thing in the next month is for the new members to really become familiar with this and understand what's in the published draft plan, because that's set on the pessimistic view, and what the difference between pessimistic and baseline is as well. So I'll leave. I think I'll keep my mic off the rest of the meeting.
So the
clarification,
this April meeting, is it just going to be an RTA meeting?
Yes, that would be my recommendation, to really focus on RTA. And again, if your goal is still to get to a November election, yes.
We can still talk.
Mr. Chair,
Mayor Romero?
If I may, a couple of things. I really do think that we should have a PAG meeting in April as well, just in case we need to make decisions that the PAG board needs to approve. The second thing that I was going to request is that at the next meeting in April, that we have the cost to complete at the beginning of the agenda, as well as the RTA next. And they should be right next to each other. It's 4:39 right now. I know that we've put in almost 5 hours each, and I don't think that it's appropriate right now to get into the nitty gritty of like the back forthness that we've usually accustomed to. Because this is a first meeting to some of my colleagues. And so I think it's only appropriate to, yes, take this home, take a look at it, make sure that that you're speaking with your staff and committee members that usually go to the TMC and TPC, et cetera. I don't think it's appropriate to make any decisions right now in terms of the RTA next plan, especially because we need to know how we move forward with the projects that are still pending.
If we do have a PAG meeting, I think what I would, if you're agreeable, Mayor Romero, would be to have the RTA on the front end and PAG to follow. Yeah.
I would absolutely be open to that.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Mr. McGimmie.
again, for the benefit of at least the new members, if you don't mind, I like to cover item B and C again, just so they have the perspective. So item B was discussing how much we need to set aside for debt service, for bonding, for future projects to be brought forward into the plan. And you heard today from some of the speakers, that's one of the things that you may want to consider and discuss, that if there is a desire to move projects from a future period up, either you have to move a project back in its place, equal amount, or make sure we have debt service to accommodate that movement. I had that conversation with some of the folks before, so just want to make sure that you keep that in mind. Currently, it's $65 million. So if there's any movement of projects up, that needs to be increased, or an equal amount needs to be moved back.
So Mr. McGee, would it be helpful if staff were to run another cash flow analysis?
Based on the current draft plan, we ran the model, and our recommendation was $100 million. So even 65, if you recall at the last meeting, we said even with the 65, we potentially have to come back to you on 5-year periods and demonstrate that what can we afford with the 65. So potentially some of the projects will have to remain in the latter years as well. Yeah. And then the item C, again, this is where the PAG discussion comes in. Again, just for your reference, on the handout that you have, there's a column that says non-RTA funding. All the ADOT projects, every project that's sponsored by ADOT has PAG funding for their non-RTA portion. So just as a point of reference, those are the PAG funds that are in the draft plan, and that adds up to about $700 million. And then item D obviously is any refinements you like to make, which we would discuss it at the next meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I was just wondering if we could split up the meetings so you have PAG and RTA and it not be one document that is over 650 pages. And it you have the agenda connect with the materials that go with it. Because I don't want to kill this many trees every time I'm trying to follow along. And we looked into everybody's respective meetings and we all sort of run the same way. And I'm just wondering if there's a possibility of doing that
I'm
for
sorry,
these
do you mean on a
agendas.
different date or?
No.
same
The
day,
actual
same-
documentation,
Yeah.
what's happening is there were 654 pages, like one big PDF with all of the documents. Right?
Okay, so two
So-
separate documents. Okay.
Well,
I
but
think I follow you.
also if there's a way, at least for the short run, separate PAG and RTA into their own documents. But then ideally, it would be great if you have, this is agenda number 1 and here's the information that goes with it. I'm just thinking for people who are trying to follow along and maybe only want to look at item number 10 and not have to scroll through
Yeah,
500 pages. I'm just
Mr.
hoping we
Chair.
could do that.
And Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, if you don't mind, I'll follow up with you, and
Great.
Jackie does a great job, and I might even
Yeah.
have her in the conversation
Yeah.
to make sure we know what you're
Because
proposing. But yes,
I
we
looked
can.
at the document, I'm like, I don't want to print 654 pages.
Bookmarks.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It just seems like, especially if they're 2 different meetings, minimally, if we can't arrange the agenda, so the items correlate specifically to the agenda item, like a link, then.
Hyperlink?
Yeah, a hyperlink to these are the items that go with this agenda item. If we can't do that for the next meeting, minimally, if we can separate the 2 meetings, that would be
So
helpful.
I think I understand, but if you don't mind, I'll follow up with you. But my
Sure.
understanding is that if you download it, then there are bookmarks and you can use the download with the bookmarks, but we'll follow up
Yeah,
with you. to-
okay. Does everyone understand what I'm saying?
I
A little
do,
bit.
I
Okay,
do.
great. All right.
I've been
thanks.
told bookmarks work. I haven't figured them out yet. So
Maybe it's user error, but this doesn't make sense to me as much. Thank you.
Anything else before we bring this meeting to an adjournment?
don't pause.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to adjourn and we'll see you sometime in April.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Talk through.
what some of your thoughts are, because I don't know, I think I'd rather come off the pessimistic view.